the sound. This is wrong. Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you know what we're here for? The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Don't be creepy.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
In you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
What?
I don't want reality.
Jesus, I say that.
Right now. I made a huge, tiny mistake.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I'm staying in the race.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you knew this.
I see that you know your judo.
That's hot.
Help, I'm being refreshed.
It's science.
Illegal. Facebook.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Zuckerberg.
China.
Here we are again. Floating somewhere between Earth and that never-ending void we call space. But it's Thanksgiving, so hey, you know, silver linings. All that said, better buckle up, chap, because we've got a journey to take through this here void. Alrighty then. Suppose I better get the obligatory shoutouts done. A gobble 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 from Mo and Noah in first, Bob Carney in close second, and Ichabod Deer in third. I also see a person by the name of Janelle Walker and PB, of course. Good to see all of you. A little quiet here on this Thanksgiving evening, but worry not, we will still trudge forward through this here situations. We got a lot of stuff to talk about today, so let's get right to it. And of course, considering it's Thanksgiving, you know where we're starting today. That usual place. That's right. America. Fuck yeah. Let's do it, people. I'm sure there's no way that this will go wrong. Now, I think some people have probably already seen this footage. We are going to watch it one last time. Forever. Never again will we look at this. I promise. The obligatory, ever necessary, turkey pardoning for all those criminal turkeys out there.
This White House tradition began when turkey was presented to President Truman.
Jesus
and
Christ.
that president, then President George H.W. Bush, began pardoning turkeys. In the last 4 years, I've had the honor to continue that tradition by pardoning peanut butter and jelly, chocolate and chip, Liberty and Bell, and today, peach and blossom.
Got a half dozen turkeys saved.
In the United States of America.
A little bit more than that, I guess. However many that added up to.
Society,
I wasn't doing the math.
I hereby pardon peach and blossom.
Well, there you go, people.
I'm staying in the race.
That's Joe Biden's final turkey pardoning. Hopefully Peach and Blossom can lead us into this future we have in front of us. Somehow save us. Whatever it is that turkeys do, I forget. Hopefully they'll leave their life of turkey crime, at least. I don't think the pardon covers all crimes. So if they go back to their ways, recidivist turkey ways, they will be, they'll probably be back in turkey jail. Although I don't understand I'm not an expert in bird law. Not gonna lie. All right, let's do this. Let's watch a turkey pardoning from the past.
And thank you for the applause.
Jesus Christ.
Somebody pointed out this morning that this may not be the only turkey I've had in my administration.
Oh.
But this is one I will certainly
Zero
set
laughs.
free.
From the mostly child audience. Nobody got that at all. It was a simpler time. Now this turkey, after being pardoned, went on to win the Nobel Prize in science. So thank God we had this pardoning from Bill Clinton back here in the, I think this must have been sometime in the 90s.
Pardon this bird.
Pardon it.
Thank you for coming.
This is another turkey pardoning? Oh boy. Forbes is giving us something of a montage here, it would seem.
How are you?
Well, I'm not sure what he's doing right now. He's just holding his hand on this turkey for an awkward amount of time. I'm not sure how that plays into the pardoning. I don't think that touching the bird has anything to do with it. It might just be that President Clinton had some sort of particular interest in this bird, I guess. I don't know. He's really going to town. He's just petting this bird. This is my new best friend. Hillary, you're out.
Hillary, you've been great, but this bird's pretty cool.
All right. We already watched the Gipper. We're going to skip past that one. We watched that one earlier today. If you want to see Ronald Reagan pardon a turkey, just watch the earlier stream we did. Let's go to this. Wait, did we watch this earlier today? Ah, god damn it. It's all blurring together now. Whatever, let's watch. Yeah, actually, I'm pretty sure we did watch this, but you know what? This is good. This is great enough as a story that we're going to do this twice. Let's watch some aerial turkey drops.
I grew up in the bush, in the rural Alaska, so there's no roads. The only way that you can get there is by airplane, by snowmobile, or boat if you're on the river. And so we had a family friend that would airdrop turkeys to my family and other families in the area for Thanksgiving. At that moment, I thought, you know, I'm going to airdrop them a turkey because I had just finished rebuilding my first airplane with my dad.
Go!
It would have been
turkey in position.
To surprise them and drop them a turkey. And then once I started preparing for that, I thought, you know, I'm not going to leave anyone out in the area. I want to do that to everyone that lives out there through the winter. So that's kind of how I got started. That was 2022. And every year I've dropped between 30 and 40 turkeys.
All right, let's keep the Thanksgiving talk alive. Let's go here to Houston to discuss a super feast. My God, what's that mean? I guess it means nearly 35,000 people are expected to attend.
Well, today there is a massive effort to feed those in need around Houston. The citywide club Super Feast aims to help thousands over at the George R. Brown Convention Center. We've got ABC 13's Chaz Miller. He is there live for us to show us around. And
not gonna lie.
Chaz, so volunteers really hope, you know, that their help.
With the name Super Feast, I don't know about you, but I've got some high expectations for this dinner.
It gets to the right folks, right?
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving, Reed. I'm going to step out of the way and show you that even though nobody's here yet, this event doesn't start until 10, there were people at the volunteer station checking in, ready to go. So this is the 46th annual citywide club Super Feast. We do it every year here in the city of Houston. I just talked to the organizer of the event, or one of the organizers from the citywide club, and she said they are expecting around 35,000 people to come through here today to get that food as well as a variety of other services. So this is at the George R. Brown Convention Center. The main attraction, it is Thanksgiving after all, is the food. You'll get things if you come down here such as turkey or ham.
I gotta say, there's a lot of great stuff about this, but I think one of the things that's proving that this is a super feast is that you are getting your food served to you by literal princesses. I mean, where are you going to get that kind of service? I mean, look at this. They must have a half dozen princesses here on the line. It's really incredible.
It is Thanksgiving after all. Is the food. You'll get things if you come down here such as turkey or ham, sides, baked goods, things of that nature. But if you come inside the George R. Brown, they have all kinds of other services in here. She said they will be giving away haircuts, that they've got clothes in here that they can give away, as well as people to help find you a job or somewhere to live. Now, I mentioned being inside the GRB because you can also stay outside the GRB. There is a line outside on Chartres where you can drive up and just pick the items up and never leave your car, but some of those extra...
Now, all kidding aside, I think this is a great story, and hopefully it helps people in more ways than one. You know, with what they are saying there, it sounds like they are offering all sorts of help, not just Thanksgiving food, super feast, if you will. All right. Now, let's talk about the other side of Thanksgiving.
Whose land? Ireland. Whose land? Ireland. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now.
Thanksgiving for us is a day of mourning because it represents the day when the Pilgrims first settled here in New England. And they started their reign of tyranny and genocidal acts amongst the indigenous tribes. We shouldn't be teaching children 1492 Columbus sailed the ocean blue. Columbus was a murderer and a rapist.
Illegal.
Since the invasion of Columbus and the rest of the Europeans, native people have been virtually non-stop victims of terrorism.
It's complicated because I also want to spend time with my family, and we do have the tradition of celebrating Thanksgiving, but there's definitely a big part of me that every time we sit down for Thanksgiving wants to talk about injustice and the fact that we're like living on stolen land.
We tried to feed them and take care of them because the Pilgrims wouldn't have made it through the winter without us. And they paid us back by savagely abusing us and murdering us and enslaving us, stealing our crops.
Okay. Now, let's continue on talking about Thanksgiving. Here's Joe Biden, who went to a Nantucket Fire Department for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why. God. Oh, man. It's weird to feel glad that he's gone and then also be like, oh, wait a second. I forgot. You know, like, who's replacing him? Boy.
Peaceful transition.
Oh wait, okay, here. This is where Joe Biden, he's gonna tell us what he's most thankful for. I'm very excited.
For my family, I'm thankful for peaceful transition, pregnancy, and I'm thankful for the fact that I think with the grace of God and good neighbors we're doing what, we're going to get some more progress in the Middle East.
We're getting more progress in the Middle East. Wow, really? All right. I guess we'll see about that. I found it fascinating that he keeps bringing up the peaceful transfer of power. Why is he so excited about the peaceful transfer of power? It was never a question as to whether or not Democrats were going to... You're the one who's transferring power. What do you... Jesus Christ. All right. Well, Kamala Harris was also doing some Thanksgiving stuff. Let's see what she was up to here.
Turkey. Making, we have a ham. My famous cornmeal stuffing. Making sweet potatoes. You're helping. You're helping. Yes, we're all working together on that. I made my cranberry sauce already. I'm doing scalloped potatoes and string beans and Brussels sprouts. Oh yeah.
This was her answer. If you didn't hear this question, the question asked by the reporter was, "What's next for you?" And she's like, "I'm making food." Okay, thanks, Kamala. How great. What happened to Joe Biden? He got old. He got old is mostly what happened, I think. Also, I think that in many ways, because of that, he was unable to address some of the opinions that he had, specifically like on Israel in this moment. I think he's been wrestling with the fact that he holds this clearly unpopular opinion. But yeah, it's a combination of things, I think, clearly. But you're right. Back at the, State of the Union address, however long ago that was, he was reasonably together. He, yeah. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I can't say for sure why. All right, let's go here. Inside the NYPD security at the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade.
Making our way across Manhattan, we pass familiar sights that give every block its own personality. Liquor stores across the street from high-end art galleries, each a nod to the city's layered history. As we near the Bowery, the high-rises recede, giving way to the heart of a neighborhood that, for all its rough edges, is awake, with lives ready to be touched.
Sorry, I thought it was on a different story. We already watched this yesterday, and so we're skipping it.
The rain here in New York is not likely to interfere with the 98th annual Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Preparations went on as scheduled last night. Police have increased security for the parade after last year's protests related to the Israel-Hamas war. Tom Hansen is with the crowds along the parade route. Tom, happy Turkey Day. What's it looking like out there?
Hey, Michelle. Well, earlier in the week, I got a rare behind-the-scenes look at NYPD's Joint Command Center to see how they've been preparing for the big day and, of course, how they've been monitoring the scene this morning here in Manhattan.
With just hours to go before the Thanksgiving Day Parade kicks off, the NYPD...
See, that's what it's supposed to look like, okay? This is what the Thanksgiving Day Parade's supposed to look like. Did not look like that. It was the raincoat. It was the raincoat parade. You're right. It was, really was very sad.
With just hours to go before the Thanksgiving Day Parade kicks off, the NYPD is prepared to monitor crowds of over 2 million people, according to New York City Mayor Eric Adams.
The entire team is monitoring to make sure that people can enjoy this parade in a very safe way.
And while the spectators will be focused on the balloons and performances,
this is the Joint Operations Center here.
This is where it all starts for us.
Okay. I'm sure they kept that parade super safe. Let's go here now to watch the process of floating these parade balloons. Apparently it's quite involved.
There will be 22 balloons in today's parade, depending on how you count, right? Because there are some that are legacy balloons, some that are first-time balloons. Many are making their debut this morning. As we said, this is the first appearance for Minnie Mouse. I think she's also one of the biggest in this parade.
I believe so, yes, which is pretty exciting because I like that she's dominating. Go, Minnie.
Also dominating this parade, our very own Harry Enton. Harry, in some ways you are responsible for Thanksgiving today. How's it going out
How
there?
is Harry responsible for Thanksgiving?
I gotta tell you,
No.
raining.
No, hold off. We need to address this. How is Harry responsible for Thanksgiving? First off, how are we supposed to be thankful for Harry, for anything about Harry? Okay, he wasn't he the guy telling us that it was the closest race of all time and all this other stuff? And Mr. Statistics, what happened, Harry? What happened?
Going out there.
I gotta tell you, it's raining, it's pouring. I know there's some old men snoring, but the bottom line is
that a
you
Bills
can't
hat?
rain on my parade. I got the hand warmer out. I got my Buffalo hat
Jesus
representing
Christ.
my Buffalo Bills. Tom, our cameraman, can show you. We've got people who are coming out so far. We're going to get plenty more folks who are coming out. But I will just tell you guys, I am so into Thanksgiving, so into
Settle
parades,
down, Harry.
so into balloons, that a few weeks ago, just before Election Day, I went out to the Meadowlands to learn more about the balloons. So let's take a listen. 100 years in the making, and finally Minnie Mouse is going to be in the parade. A big character, a big balloon, and a big first appearance for Minnie Mouse. I say it's about time.
Minnie is our tallest balloon in the parade, so every year we're looking for ways that we can surprise and delight and bring these big giant characters to life.
One of the interesting things we were just talking about off camera there is how much helium goes in. Really depends on kind of the weather. I don't understand any of this. Maybe if I went back to weather camp, I'd get it. But like, how does it exactly work where you sometimes need more helium or less helium?
So we use a mix of helium and cold air in our balloons to help them fly. So a lot of that is based on the lift in each balloon.
His response. Ooh, and cold air, you say. Saucy. So yeah. All of this. This is... I'm sorry, Bob. Do you object? Do you object to the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade? You feel it is too gay? That is... Wow. Alright, now let's go to something... Once again, we're going to kind of be going back and forth between this. Let's go to this.
Happy Thanksgiving, America. I'm Donna, and I'm here with my friends to tell you the real history behind this holiday. Growing up, I knew that what they told you in school about Thanksgiving wasn't true. That's not the true story. The true story behind Thanksgiving was, after every killing of a whole village, these European settlers celebrated it, and they called it Thanksgiving. But it wasn't until Abraham Lincoln became president that it became an official holiday. He ordered 38 Dakota men to be hung for war crimes after the sacred holiday Christmas. We take this time to remember our elders who lost their lives due to what really happened. Usually my mom makes a Native American dish for us and we pray. Growing up, I would be kind of annoyed that they didn't know what actually happened on Thanksgiving and that they're actually celebrating the deaths of many people and many tribes that were lost.
Whether it's to give thanks or to be with your family, you should learn how the holiday was established in the first place.
I'm thankful for being born indigenous to this continent. I'm thankful that I still have my culture.
I'm thankful that my elders kept our culture alive all these years. I'm thankful to be indigenous, resilient, and alive.
I'm thankful for us all to be able to stand together, stand strong, and stand as one.
Happy Thanksgiving, America.
Yeah, a poignant message from these young women here. Let's go on to this, to NBC. Indigenous scholars reclaim the true history of Thanksgiving.
The fruits of honest toil.
There's a lot to be thankful for, but the story behind America's Thanksgiving holiday has some experts crying foul. Put simply, Thanksgiving was first declared a holiday by President George Washington in 1789. It's often remembered as a friendly harvest feast shared between English colonists or pilgrims and the native Wampanoag people. But Native experts like Chris Newell, a Passamaquoddy and director of Aga Mount Educational Initiative, say that story falls short.
If you are in love with the Pilgrim narrative as the true history of what happened, then it becomes an erasure story.
Quick history lesson.
The relationship between the Wampanoag and the Pilgrims was complicated.
Melissa Costa is Wampanoag and a manager at the Plymouth Patuxent Museum in Massachusetts.
What actually happened was a harvest fest in 1621 that the English were having, or the Pilgrims were having, and Massasoit shows up with 90 of his men.
Massasoit was the leader of the Wampanoag Confederacy.
Was it an invitation? Probably not. But he does show up and stay for 3 days.
That meeting later commemorated in President Lincoln's Thanksgiving proclamation following the Battle of Gettysburg.
One of the things that he fell in love with was the idea of a founding myth that would kind of bring all Americans together. A woman named Sarah Josepha Hale began popularizing the Pilgrim narrative myth through her magazine Godey's Ladies Book.
Newell says Hale also wrote letters to lawmakers urging for a national Thanksgiving holiday that centered on Native people welcoming settler colonials. Native scholars point to a darker retelling.
Squancho was a Wampanoag Patuxet man who was captured as a slave and makes his way back here, but he's used as a tour guide and translator.
Historians estimate as many as 5 million Native people and leaders were captured and enslaved from the time of European arrival until 1900, with waves of epidemics reducing the Native population by an estimated 95% in the first years after European arrival.
Illegal. This is an art form that is starting to come back to the Wampanoag people, and its significance is huge.
According to Costa, settlers also enacted laws which prohibited the Wampanoag from speaking their language and practicing their religion. So today, she works to reclaim Thanksgiving for the Wampanoag, known as the...
Boy, America certainly has a lot to grapple with in its colonial history. It is wild just how much it's been ignored and or just rewritten to serve it's wild, but hey, at least we get the day off and we can take this time to talk about some of these things. Doesn't mean we can't enjoy our families or enjoy this moment. Just, I think it's good to sort of intersperse all of that with some real consideration of what this is all even about. All right, let's go
we
here
have Thanksgiving, and that's what everybody talks. That's the big day, right? But this is like the hidden gem of New York.
The
it's
hidden
a really
gem.
special moment.
As journalists, we know we're going to have to tell the tough stories, the difficult stories. This story we get to tell makes people smile. It brings them joy.
This is the best. You're up close and personal. Who wouldn't love being here?
3, 2. It's fun. It's got a special feel. And I have to tell you, when you're working, it's still kind of special too.
It just makes
a little confused. What about it makes it the hidden gem? It's weird. I think they're seeing something that I'm not seeing. It must be. I think you have to be there to really appreciate it. By the way, I don't know if you know, this is the 100th year. This is the centennial anniversary of the Thanksgiving Day, the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade specifically. I believe it has always gone down the same street for those 100 years. We already saw some of these. I do love a lot of these floats. They're pretty good, not gonna lie. Pretty
It's
good.
a little chilly, a little wet, but you know, I think that the unexpected.
Unfortunately, the rain totally made it worse by at least 30%. That's just my personal estimation of it. Ooh, I forgot. While all this was all going on, you know, I'm just gonna let this play and go into the next one.
So this
10
can kind
seconds.
of be a little exciting, and you know, you always make the best memories in the not so best situations. So I think we're gonna have a good day.
It's like real life CGI. It's like if real life was real life. It's crazy. While this was all going on, people were trying to get a message out. Hey, settle down, pal. Go back. Land back. Don't celebrate genocide. Free Palestine. Arms embargo now. If you can't read it on your phone, there you go. That's what that sign says. Seems like an apt time for this message. Certainly going to get some eyes on this. I don't know if the major news networks decided to cover the protest at all, or even slightly. Forbes got in there, though, somehow. I just hear a small child booing the police. Oh no, the child is booing protesters. That's good. Good parenting. Great parenting. I love parents who hate protesters. Teach your kids early. That's what I say. You gotta tell them, no to democracy, no to free speech. All these things are very stupid. That's why we have police. You know, there was a time, I don't know exactly, I can't quantify when I started thinking it and when I stopped thinking it, but there was a time where I believed that the future was just going to be filled with people who were of the leftist persuasion, if you will. People were talking about, oh, look how young people are, so liberal and all this other stuff, and then wham, wham. Although I'd like to keep thinking it, so maybe, you know, we'll just keep trying our best out here. Is everybody drunk in chat right now? You know what? Good job, everybody. I'm glad. It's a good day for that, I think. All right, now, you know, one thing that I hear a lot, and I probably think many people here have heard on at least one or two occasions when talking about all of this.
On December the 6th,
being, hey, excuse me, pal.
1811.
No,
New York.
not 1811. 2024, excuse me. What was I saying? Ah, yes. You know, a lot of times we hear, in relation to the ethnic cleansing and genocide of indigenous peoples to the American continent, as being, well, this sort of, it wasn't a real ethnic cleansing, it wasn't a real genocide, because there wasn't that many of them. They didn't have a formal system of government. They didn't farm enough, or whatever. All these sort of manufactured nonsense reasons. I'd like to point you to the Northeast, and now we'll go back 200 years to 1811. Thank you. Talk about the Iroquois, or as this guy calls them, the Iroquois. I've never heard it called that. Maybe I'm the one who's been wrong this whole time. I don't know. I'm gonna keep calling it the Iroquois.
On December the 6th, 1811, the New York Historical Society invited former Senator and future almost President DeWitt Clinton to give a speech at their annual meeting. Clinton took them up on their offer and used the opportunity to deliver a 90-minute monologue, arguing that the Iroquois were, in his words, the Romans of the Western world. Clinton's overall argument was that New York academia was not spending enough time studying the Iroquois Confederacy. This was true. Huh? The Iroquois definitely deserved some serious scholarship, but not for the reasons given by DeWitt Clinton. It was a common trope at the time to draw this artificial link between the Iroquois and the Romans, but in the final analysis, this turned out to be reductive and lazy and fundamentally wrong. Today we can do better. There's a saying that goes, the beginning of wisdom is to call things by their proper name. The name Iroquois doesn't really tell us anything useful, and the reason for that is that it's not their proper name. The Iroquois are known among themselves as the Haudenosaunee, which means the people of the Longhouse. That should give us a clue as to who these people are. The Haudenosaunee are not one people, but many peoples, knit together by a common culture and political system. The 5 nations of the Haudenosaunee were, in descending order of size, the Seneca, the Mohawk, the Cayuga, the Onondaga, and the Oneida. These 5 nations formed a confederacy, each semi-autonomous, but united under one supranational government. We are going to tackle that government in a few minutes, but in order to understand it, we must first understand the Haudenosaunee's most potent political entity. Any guesses as to what that was? If only we had some kind of clue. Oh wait.
There's no way to know.
Do. Proper names. They make history easy. For centuries, longhouses were some of the largest and most sophisticated buildings on the continent, with some approaching 100 meters long. The typical longhouse supported 6 to 10 nuclear families, each with their own little section, kind of like an apartment. Families opposite each other shared communal fires, which ran the length of the building. Pay attention because the imagery of the longhouse and the communal fire is going to come up a lot when we get into the Haudenosaunee government. But we're not there yet. First, we need to discuss who got to participate in that government, because it's no simple thing. Haudenosaunee society was a matriarchy, meaning that ultimate political power rested...
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
A matriarchy? What is that? Very confusing. I don't even know what that means. Explain, sir.
Haudenosaunee society was a matriarchy, meaning that ultimate political power rested with women. The most important manifestation of this power was in the position of clan mother. The clan mother was basically the head of each family, but in this case the word family had a pretty expansive meaning. The term included the clan mother's spouse, and children, obviously, but also her daughter's spouses, and their children, as well as her own sisters, their spouses, and their children.
It's all backwards.
As
I don't
you can
understand
imagine,
what's happening
the clan
right
mother's family could easily number in the hundreds, which is where the clan part of the name came from. Everybody in a clan mother's extended family were lumped together and thrown into one or several longhouses. On all political matters, the clan mother spoke on behalf of the entire longhouse. This was the most important political relationship in Haudenosaunee society. Each clan mother was empowered to appoint men from her own clan into key political positions. While in these positions, these people became the personal representatives of the clan mother, and through her, the entire longhouse. This meant that
Okay, now this goes deep. We could spend quite a while here. This guy spent, this video is 16 minutes long. And there's plenty more content online. I think I see somebody recommending a Haudenosaunee YouTube channel. Point is this goes deep. There is a massive amount of structures to all of this. We can't spend the whole stream going through all this, so we're just going to speed this up slightly and move to, I'd say around here is probably a good place to get into. A little more detail before we move on.
Came to different consensuses, they would have to start the whole thing over again. Step 4. If that moiety reached a consensus, the issue got kicked across the fire for the other moiety's consideration.
I'll move it back a little bit more so you can see from step 1. That seems reasonable.
Let's get into how the council worked. Step 1. Somebody introduces a thing. Am I going too fast? This would normally be a foreign policy thing, so for the sake of clarity, we're going to pretend that one of the Mohawk sachems introduced a peace treaty or something.
Now remember, what we're talking about here are the 5 different clans here all working together. Like, I don't know, you call them states, right? This is a complex system of government. Like I was saying, we could go pretty deep on this. We're gonna scratch the surface a little bit. The point is, if anybody ever recommends or tells you, suggests that somehow Native American society wasn't that advanced or didn't, meet the threshold for whatever perceived, what do you want to call it, territorial sovereignty, and whatnot, it's just tell them to watch one of these videos and be like, here, you think this is disorganized society?
Clarity, we're going to pretend that one of the Mohawk sachems introduced a peace treaty or something. Step 2. Whichever nation brought the proposal would debate the issue among themselves, with everybody else looking on. Multiple speakers were given a chance to make their case, but eventually, the sachems within that nation had to come to some sort of consensus. Without consensus, the proposal died.
Almost sounds like democracy. Watch out. That's dangerous. That's dangerous.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Okay. Let's keep on moving. We're going to move into the regular part of the stream. I'm sorry, chat, but I think we've done enough Thanksgiving stuff. We've done like 3 streams with at least some Thanksgiving-related talk. So that's going to wrap it up for us on all that. But we're going to keep talking about the season a little bit. Let's talk pumpkin spice. The spice. Oh, wait, hold on. Before we do the spice, I forgot. This is not updated. That was almost the last. No, we're going to skip this. We're going to the spice.
While this season's politics and headlines may lead to heated exchanges over the Thanksgiving table, we thought we'd ask Paul Salmon to address a different controversy and serve up something a bit different.
Okay, so there isn't pumpkin spice on that, is there?
There is. So
a Thanksgiving feast.
Popcorn.
Hold the turkey, stuffing, green beans, sweet potato casserole, a menu of just pumpkin spice, popcorn, pumpkin spice apple cider, and pie, of course.
Makes sense.
Sampling the spread at Baltimore Spice Haven McCormick & Company on the 90th anniversary of pumpkin pie spice.
So you have that sweetness coming from the cinnamon, you have that peppery kick from the ginger, you have the nutmeg that brings its nuttiness, and then you have allspice that has a little bit of everything, and you also get the entire house smell like holiday.
McCormick chef Hadar Cohen Aviram says the blend was designed to make pies easier to cook.
This is about 2 teaspoons total.
But nowadays, just churn the spice with butter and smear it on anything. Crostini
That's fair. That is fair.
I'm going to put a slice of green apple. You can use any apple you want. 1 piece of prosciutto.
I didn't even consider that, but combining it with butter basically just makes it crack, I'm pretty sure.
Some candied walnuts, and that's it.
Or infuse a pumpkin cheesecake.
Another way to
Jesus
maybe
Christ.
things up a little bit, change
What
things
can't
out,
we
maybe
put pumpkin
try
in?
something new.
Something new, but relying on something old. Pumpkin spice's nostalgic appeal. At a moment when nostalgia for America's past seems especially strong.
Aroma is
Green New Deal made it in third. What was the ranking here? Wait, there's nobody in second? That's very confusing. Monope was first and Green New Deal was third, but nobody was in second. This is strange.
really much related to our memories. Maybe it brings back that nostalgia and that warm, fuzzy feeling of holiday.
Maybe even nostalgia for a time that's become myth, since as you...
Well, it was always myth. Become myth. Good way to put it at PBS. Gotta both sides it. It's become myth. It was once true. And now it's a myth. It's not really how it goes. Alright. Anyway. Good old pumpkin spice. It's here. It's not going anywhere. We can apparently put it into anything. We can make anything pumpkin. Make your phone pumpkin flavored. We have the technology. We can do it. We have 20 likes. Okay, I will address your concerns about the likes momentarily. But let's move it along out of the season and into the news. The real meat of this here spacecast. This one was hilarious. This isn't even politics yet. We're transitioning to politics right now with these two stories. This one's hilarious. CBS Evening News from 3 hours ago. Woman sneaks onto Delta flight from New York City to Paris. All right. I respect that. Tell me more.
Tonight, investigators are looking into how a woman managed to sneak through multiple security checkpoints and board a flight from New York City to Paris. CBS's Lilia Luciano has the latest details.
It's not what holiday travelers usually want to hear from their pilot.
They talked to the captain. We're just waiting for the police to come on board.
French police took a woman into custody after she allegedly evaded several layers of security and boarded Delta Flight 264 from New York's JFK to Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris.
Now, one part of this, which you will see, is that they do not have an explanation for why she did this. And I really want to know. Bad.
She did not have a boarding pass.
No kidding.
TSA says the woman bypassed the identity verification station at the TSA checkpoint. She then went through the body scanner. Her items that were carry-on were x-rayed, and she managed to go through the security check at the gate.
So she just went straight through security.
Passenger Rob Jackson, who shot this video, says he noticed the flight attendants behaving oddly as they descended into Paris.
I heard them saying, like, we have a passenger who we think was hiding in the lavatory during takeoff. She does not have a seat. She did not have a boarding pass. And, basically.
So she just snuck on and hung out in the bathroom from JFK to Paris? What is that, like a 12-hour flight?
Stowaway.
Delta issued a statement saying, "Nothing is of greater importance than matters of safety and security. That's why Delta is conducting an exhaustive investigation." Government stats show over a 12-month period, only 80 people bypassed the travel document podium at TSA checkpoints. Most were stopped.
So yeah, as you can see, they're not going to tell us why she did this. And that, at least for me, is the most interesting part of all of this. And I'm sure it's because, this woman's probably under interrogation by French police at this very moment. I cannot wait to hear why this happened. Either way, I mean, free flight. Free flight to France. I don't know how much of it she's going to get to see, but, Just crazy story. All right, now let's go here. Get us talking political. Democracy Now! From 13 hours ago.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In this holiday special, we spend the rest of the hour with the acclaimed writer and journalist Ta-Nehisi Coates, author of the new book, The Message, which is based in part on a trip he took last year to the occupied West Bank in Israel. Coates compares Israel's apartheid system to that of Jim Crow here in the United States. He writes, "It occurred to me that there was still one place on the planet under American patronage that resembled the world that my parents were born into," unquote. In his book, Coates also writes about traveling to Senegal, where he visited the slave trade memorial at Goree Island, and going to South Carolina, where school officials tried to ban his book, Between the World and Me, which won the National Book Award in 2015. His current book, The Message, is written as a letter to his students at Howard University, where Ta-Nehisi Coates is the Sterling Brown Endowed Chair in the English Department. The Message is Coates' first collection of nonfiction since his 2017 book, We Were 8 Years in Power, An American Tragedy. Democracy Now!'s Juan Gonzalez and I spoke to Ta-Nehisi Coates in October. I began by asking him about where the book begins, Senegal. I asked him to talk about a journey he took there with great trepidation.
As you said, we'll spend a lot of time talking about the occupied territories in Israel and the West Bank, but it's good to start here because the two parts are kind of paired to each other. African Americans are a group of people who have lived under the weight of artifice, a creation, a kind of mythology of what Africa is in our minds. If all of the myths of racism, all the justifications for enslavement, all the justifications for Jim Crow, at the end of the day, they have their origins in these constructions of Africa as this savage place, the idea that, having been brought here, we're better off. Very, very typical of, colonizing and conquering a movement. And one of the things we've done to push back is create our own narratives, our own journeys, our own ideas of what Africa is. My very name comes out of that, which I'm very uncomfortable with as I talk about in the book. And
talk about it.
Oh boy, oh Lord. I wrote it. I should be very comfortable talking about it. I was born in 1975, and that was a period in time coming out of Black Power, coming out of Black is beautiful, like really discovering this idea that our sense of beauty, our nose, our lips, our names, our hair, that we had the right to take control over that, including our history. And so my name is an ancient Egyptian name that refers to the ancient kingdom of Nubia. The notion was that, put very, very crudely, that if the West had its kings and queens, if it had its great monuments, if it had its great ideas, so did we. And part of growing older, part of, and I actually talk about this in Between the World and Me, part of becoming a writer, actually, is like, our job is to be skeptical of clean stories. And I learned that very, very early on. And the Message is kind of a continuation of that. Of course, the ultimate, I would say, climax in that journey is going to see the continent itself. And moving past myth, moving past the idea of constructed narratives, even when they're liberatory, even when they're emancipationist, to see the people themselves. And that is what took me to Dakar. And that is what I think took so long for me to go to.
Yeah. This is a really, God, my brain just broke. This is what I get. I'm trying to do 2 streams in one day. But I think this is an important thing to unpack, what he's talking about here. Because I at least from what he's saying, from what I understand from what he's saying, is that, due to lack of, available information, and whatever else, myths were told in the black community, things about Egypt and whatever else, when in fact, many slaves didn't come from Egypt, but in fact came from the Ivory Coast, Senegal, places that are on the Atlantic coast, and the sort of not rectifying, I guess, well, kind of the sort of the rectifying of that history with the actual history of Africa and all this other stuff. I think it's just a lot to unpack to begin with. But I think Ta-Nehisi here is probably the guy to do it. Certainly quite well equipped.
Dakar.
And in terms of what most surprised you in the trip, could you talk about that?
Yeah, which most surprised me is the thing that will not surprise any African American watching this interview. It was my deep sorrow. It was my deep sorrow. And I think much of what I just said in answer to Amy's question, I'd already intellectualized before I went. And so I was already thinking about this, but thinking about something and being confronted with it is a totally different thing. As a great Mike Tyson said, everybody's got a plan until they got punched. And as soon as that plane started descending out of the clouds over Dakar, and I saw the buildings rising up, I was being punched. It is one thing to think about the Middle Passage, to think about your ancestors theoretically. It is quite another to literally sit on the edge of the Atlantic Ocean and look out and understand that this was, even if only symbolically, last stop.
And when you went to Gore, you decided that you did not want to have any of the tour guides. You wanted to wander around on your own.
No, but
talk about that experience.
By then it was like day 3, and so I understood that as much as I thought I was going to see the continent, I was actually going to see some sort of departed version of myself, from hundreds of years ago. I was walking with ghosts the whole time, and I didn't want to be talked to. My family is from the eastern shore of Maryland, not too far from Ocean City, for anybody who knows that geography. It's right on the Atlantic Ocean. And so to get back to Senegal, to get to Dakar, which is itself right on the tip of the continent, I would look out and I would have these moments and I would say, my God, you know what I mean? There's part of me all the way on the other side, and then there's part of me that's here. And so, again, Gore is a place that has a lot of story and a lot of myth around it. And I read about that. I thought I was fully prepared. But I'm going to tell you, brother, you get on that boat, and that boat pulls off, and you think about all of your ancestors. And it was 7 a.m. in the morning, and I was alone on that boat. And it is a very, very different experience.
Yeah, very powerful interview, honestly. Wish we could watch the whole thing, but we have to go on and do the rest of the news. A bunch of stuff here today. We're gonna get right into it. Let's get right into it. Let's talk about this. As with Donald Trump being elected, we've seen basically a line form. Maybe not a formal line, but metaphorical one outside of Mar-a-Lago of different people looking to kiss the ring of Donald Trump before he gets back in office. People like Morning Joe, who flip-flopped on Donald Trump a number of times now. And guess who decided to pop his little head up? Well, you guessed it. Facebook, well, ex-Facebook, now Meta. Is Facebook still Facebook? It's confusing. It's unclear to me. But point is, Mr. Zuckerberg decided to go down and talk to Trump, even though they've got a little bit of a weird relationship.
Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg had a private meeting with the president-elect today at Mar-a-Lago. This was just confirmed by Trump aide Stephen Miller. Now, Zuckerberg did not endorse either candidate during the election, but did tell Bloomberg in an interview that Trump standing up and pumping his fist, telling crowds to...
It's very sad. Very sad. Wouldn't endorse. We'll see how this goes. Not a lot of good things to say about Mr. Zuckerberg here.
but did tell Bloomberg in an interview that Trump standing up and pumping his fist, telling crowds to fight, fight, fight after the first assassination attempt was, quote, one of the most badass things I've ever seen in my life. Back with us, Maggie Kaberman, who reported that.
His turn to kiss the onion ring, I guess. The most badass thing he's ever seen in his life? This is Mark. You have the entire internet at your fingertips. That's the most badass thing you've ever seen in your life? Man. Weird. Okay.
For the New York Times. So, Maggie, what more can you tell us about this meeting between the president-elect and Mark Zuckerberg?
So we're still learning about it, John. It was earlier today. Zuckerberg may still be there. Zuckerberg showed up in Florida with some of his advisors. It's not clear that whether Zuckerberg saw this meeting or Trump saw this meeting, but one person described it as Trump essentially saying, hey, why don't you come over to Mar-a-Lago? And as you said, Zuckerberg had expressed praise for Trump earlier this year for his defiant posture after he was shot in Butler, Pennsylvania by a would-be assassin.
Where are my shoes? Where, hold on. Let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes, okay? I know there's a threat, but I need my shoes.
It's interesting, a couple of things about this. Clearly Zuckerberg wants to have a better relationship with Trump. Zuckerberg, once upon a time, was a funder of an immigration advocacy group. Stephen Miller is Trump's one of his most powerful advisors, and also the person who largely drives or shares with Trump his hardline immigration agenda. And so it's really interesting hearing Stephen Miller talking about this meeting on television earlier. I think we will learn more, but we are seeing, as with a number of industries, but certainly the tech industry, a lot of people coming to Trump and not the other way around.
That Miller-Zuckerberg dynamic, really interesting to note that. So other than these meetings, right, I mean, Trump has, by and large, filled out a lot of his administration way quicker.
Okay, hold on. There is another part of this. It's like 11 minutes long. There's another part of this that I want us to watch. There's no way we're going to watch an entire CNN video all the way through. Where do they start talking about Section 230? I think it's right around here, actually.
Well, not surprised that he would want to go see the president-elect, and I'm not surprised Donald Trump would want to see him too. I mean, these are two of the most powerful people in the world, and they can probably help each other with a tremendous amount of stuff, whether it's of a policy nature or information distribution nature. So, I'm glad to see, though, that people are going, and what this tells me is there's some acceptance that Donald Trump is the president-elect and that he's going to be our president come January. I remember back in 2016, it just felt like there was this sort of immediate resistance to Trump, that there was a lot of external and internal resistance to him. I don't really sense that this time around, and I see world leaders.
I don't really sense that this time around. Seems like people are just kind of getting in line, getting ready for the fascism. Loyalty time. Do you have your loyalty card, sir?
Engaging with Trump. I see Mark Zuckerberg engaging with Trump. This is a good thing. We may have a couple of years of political peace in this country if this kind of these kinds of things keep up.
I'm going to clip and save that comment from you right there, Scott, and play it back to you in 6 to 8 months. We'll see if it still holds.
Please do.
Congressman, as the Democratic Party is using Silicon Valley, it really does seem like more and more Silicon Valley executives and insiders are at least going out of their way to, if not meet with the president, at least president-elect, praise him.
Like, I think if Kamala Harris had won the election, Mark Zuckerberg would be going to pay homage to her too. He's got a significant policy interest in this. Having served on the antitrust subcommittee in Congress, I know that regulating the world's largest tech companies, Facebook, Google, Apple, and Amazon, is one of those rare areas of bipartisan consensus. Republicans want to do it for different reasons. They think that these companies are censoring conservative speech. Democrats typically want to do it, regulation that is, because they think that these companies have been anti-competitive in the marketplace. And so I think it behooves him from a business standpoint to visit with Donald Trump. This is very different, by the way, from Joe Scarborough going down to Mar-a-Lago and bending the knee after cultivating a brand for himself as someone who's going to stand up to Donald Trump, who poses an existential threat to our democracy. That's just hypocrisy.
Well, looks like the Silicon Valley billionaires just keep...
God damn it, I could have sworn that was where they talked about Section 230. God damn it. Where do they do it? Oh, God. Whatever. I must have skipped over it, or we're not going through this whole goddamn thing. Point that I wanted to make, that I'm going to have to do on my own here, is that Section 230 is going to be in jeopardy here, right? That's the thing. The Republicans believe that the fact that they are censoring any content at all, that any content moderation at all, represents them being publishers. And it's all about them feeling as if they're being repressed by social media for posting, I don't know, Nazi memes or whatever, and great replacement, like anti-vax stuff. You know, it's mostly that, right? But it's their contention that under Section 230 that would make the publishers, not the publishers, the social media companies potentially liable, and this would have huge ramifications for not just yours truly, but basically every podcast you watch. Probably most of the content you consume would be in one way or another under threat by this, because it would potentially make it so that it would be unprofitable, or well, there's like a number of things, like liability wise and all these other sorts of things that come into this play, and it's bad. It'll be bad. Because no, YouTube doesn't have editorial control over my content. They're not going through line by line what I'm saying. You know, there's no YouTube producers in my ear saying, no, you can't say that. No, that's really not how it works, right? Okay, now let's go here. Majority Report, they covered a video that I think we covered earlier this week. Maybe, was it yesterday? Figured we'd just tune in here real quick.
These people are failures. There is no other job where you get to fail. And it's not like, well, it worked a little bit, but not as much as we thought. No, it did the opposite.
You if they did?
Her numbers went down.
Yeah, I think I don't even know if I wouldn't be doing this if that was what it was.
They went down after she campaigned with Cheney.
But also, what I find frustrating about this is their theory contradicts everything known about politics, which is what I was saying the entire time about medium voters. Is it's not people switching from party affiliation because the brand got, like, because this time is different. It's, are people going to sit on the couch and turn out for you, or are they not? And like, I think there might have been some switches, but if you look at the numbers, it's pretty clear that there was a depressed turnout in a lot of areas that Harris could have turned out. And
yeah, he's absolutely right. We've said it here multiple times, but there is no case to be made that Democrats switched over to Republicans, because Trump didn't even get more votes than Biden did 4 years ago, right?
Be a slight uptick for Trump in certain areas, and because people were depressed, and I think it's just,
and the genocide is a big part of that. Even though, and by the way, do you know how many times Pluff mentioned Gaza in this?
How many times? Oh,
0. Because it's not like, you're not going to see that maybe directly in the data, and Sam's been saying this the whole time, but it's the depression, and it's like the, oh God, I can't vote for these guys. And do we have the part about Harris not distancing herself from Biden? Like, that's the other part of this interview from number 3? Because I think that's the other relevant piece, right? Which is that I don't know if she even could as VP. Like, it's just like clear. I mean, I don't know. She could have tried, but the fact that she's his vice president, I think, did present a difficult choice. But the Cheney thing exacerbated his biggest issue, which is like, the underlying thing for these voters, especially voters of color who ended up switching a little to Trump, is you're funding a genocide right now. Right.
And you've just brought like one of the avatars, that the closest working avatar, right? Like, I guess if she had brought out Dick Cheney and campaigned with Dick Cheney, it would have been worse. but it's hard to say who you could have evoked. Like, you evoked Dick Cheney, and
one of the most hated dudes
to do
in
that in the course of essentially funding another war on Muslim,
least it's consistent.
And Arabs in that region is like, it just fits too perfectly. And the amazing thing about this is that none of them touch the question of Gaza because it's so glaring. Like, is it hard for you? Like, she's going to go through this, Stephanie Cutter. She's going to go through, like, it's difficult to, Harris didn't want to nitpick different things over the course of the 4 years. Okay, completely understandable. You bought into it. But now there's something really, really big and really, really sort of like custom tailored for you to say is different. And like, Biden has gone out there and just said, like, full-throated, I'm a Zionist, I don't care about what happens. There was such a custom-tailored way to achieve two things. Show that you're different from Biden, show that you're different in a way that is going to make a big difference, not only as a first-order matter to people who are voting based upon that, but as a second-order matter to activists who care about it and are demoralized in their attempt to go and get votes for you. I mean, when something's this close, and it's not as close as it was in 2020 or 2016, you look back at why she got that first burst of excitement. It was because she was not Biden. And then she spent the rest of the campaign trying to be Biden. Here's Stephanie Cutter.
On the Biden question, we, of course, got that everywhere we went. And we knew what the data was. We knew we had to show her as her own person and point to the future and not try to rehash the past.
Really?
She also felt that she was part of the administration. And unless we said something like, well, I would have handled the border completely differently, we were never going to satisfy anybody. We were trying to tell a story and give the impression that she was different without pointing to a specific issue.
Can I ask this why not a specific issue? Is this something she was unwilling to do?
Pause it 1 second. Colin from Washington says, I'm desperately sorry. I appreciate you guys, but Gaza explains a fraction of the voting electorate, but it's a microcosm for the larger issue. That's the point.
Yeah.
You just heard Stephanie Cutter saying we're trying to tell a story. And to tell a story, to develop a narrative, you don't need to do anything except for be able to have a metaphor, right? Like, had she said we will uphold U.S. law, and there's reason to believe that, from my perspective, that Israel is stopping humanitarian aid going in, or we believe there needs to be more attention to Gaza, or whatever it is. However she would have, or just have a Palestinian speaker at the DNC. And this feeds into a narrative, and a narrative can be built upon it. But she couldn't find even a single metaphor anywhere else to which to build a narrative on. So that's the point. Is that, again, when I say first order, that's how many votes were directly a function of this. But then second order, and even third order. There are a lot of votes that are left on the table, and you don't need that much for those 3 states.
And she mentions immigration as her example, right? Where it's like, that's a funny one to pick, because you know who's successfully branded themselves around one issue, basically? Donald Trump, since he came down that escalator, has been branding his politics based on immigration. And that's the...
Yeah, build that wall. Was the most used sentence, I think, in his campaign of 2016.
That they choose to say, like, oh, how could we differentiate herself from Biden on? No. There were bigger issues where you could have branded yourself as distinct from him. Anyway, but keep going.
And let's be clear, this is about these people. And yes. We'll talk about this in a second, because it's fascinating that they decided to go on Pod Save America to talk about this.
This is so discrediting.
Trying to tell a story and give the impression that she was different without pointing to a specific issue.
Can I ask this why not a specific issue? Is it something she was unwilling to do? I mean, you worried it would feel disingenuous?
She felt like she was part of the administration, so why should she look back and cherry pick some things that she would have done differently when she was part of it? She had tremendous loyalty to President Biden. You've been on plenty of campaigns. Imagine if we said, well, we would have taken this approach on the border. Imagine the round of stories coming out after that of people saying, well, she never said that in the meeting, or what meeting when she said this, or I remember when she did that.
Okay,
and
pause it. They are saying Biden people were going to leak to sabotage her if she threw Biden under the bus. That is the implication of what she just said.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I think she's right, though. I think she's right.
I think she's right, but that's, an indictment of this entire Biden political apparatus, which is
There's
junk.
always people who are going to do CYA. But the point is that they were afraid of this. But they should have welcomed this. Because the idea that this is the thing that, and
Sam's absolutely right here, right? They should have welcomed the fact that they had a chance to distance themselves. But I honestly predicted it. If you remember watching this stream at the time, when, it was essentially declared that Joe Biden was stepping out, we were talking about how Kamala was going to really struggle to distance herself from this administration, regardless of whether that made any sense at all. That turned out to be very true. And I don't even know exactly. I mean, I know I pointed to the fact that she was the vice president of the administration. I think she felt responsible for all of the decisions made. And that somehow distancing herself with that would be distancing herself from her own legacy. It's honestly hard to say. I mean, yeah, she's saying that she liked Biden a lot. Okay, Joe Biden. But, is that... I don't think that was really it. All right, let's go here. Because we got a couple of things to talk about. With relation to these recent threats we talked about yesterday that have been apparent, that were the Trump administration, they were claiming that they were receiving threats. Literally the whole shadow government, which Donald Trump has nominated here for 2025, supposedly got some sort of, bomb threats, some swatting things, stuff like that. Yesterday, I was a little skeptical of that. I may be changing my tune at this point, on at least the skepticism part. Things are getting even more interesting with all this, but let's start it off here with CBS News. As it turns out, the FBI is now probing these threats. Let's go here.
The FBI is investigating threats against several of President-elect Donald Trump's high-profile picks for his new administration. The Trump transition team is calling the incidents violent and un-American. Weijia Jiang is in West Palm Beach. Weijia, good morning.
Good morning to you, Vlad, and happy Thanksgiving to everybody. The Trump transition team says a mix of bomb threats and swatting incidents unfolded Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. Now, swatting is when a perpetrator initiates an emergency service response to somebody else's house. President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect J.D. Vance were not targeted, but nearly a dozen of Trump's picks for top jobs were, including his probable chief of staff, secretaries of defense, commerce, and agriculture, and attorney general. In a statement, a Trump transition spokeswoman said they are focused on doing the work of uniting our nation. And with President Trump as our example, dangerous acts of intimidation and violence will not deter us. She added.
Okay, Caroline, or Caroline, whatever her name is. She's the new chief of staff? Whatever it is. Now let's go here to NBC News from 3 hours ago. as apparently these threats have broadened out to a number of Democratic members of Congress. Here's NBC from 3 hours ago.
Tonight, another batch of bomb threats disrupting this holiday by targeting the homes of elected officials from Connecticut. This time, Democrats, several lawmakers, including Senator Chris Murphy's Hartford home. His office said this appears to be part of a coordinated effort involving multiple members of Congress and public figures. Congresswoman Johanna Hayes posted that police received a threatening email stating a pipe bomb had been placed in the mailbox at my home. No explosives were found today or after a cluster of similar threats made Tuesday and Wednesday to several of President-elect Trump's cabinet picks and top advisors. Authorities are investigating. Turning to the coming presidential transfer of power, today President Biden stopped at a firehouse on Nantucket.
Okay. You don't need the rest of that. But there you go. Looks like at least half a dozen Democratic lawmakers in the House also received a number of threats. Ah, boy.
Get rid of the Second Amendment?
All right, let's go here. Talk about a couple of the picks Donald Trump has recently made for his future cabinet and, just government. He seems to be really busting these out incredibly fast, shockingly fast, and I think it's actually historically fast in terms of the number of people he has attempted to nominate in the interim period between the election and his actual, inauguration in office. Let's go here, talk about this guy. Trump has tapped retired General Keith Kellogg as envoy to Ukraine. This is, I think, basically news from earlier today.
Donald Trump has tapped retired Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg to serve as special envoy for the conflict in Ukraine. The president-elect made that announcement Wednesday on his Truth Social platform. Kellogg was the chief of staff for the White House National Security Council during Trump's first term and national security advisor for then Vice President Mike Pence. Quickly winding down the war was one of Trump's central promises on the campaign trail, though he's avoided discussing details. The war began when Russia...
It was great about Truth Social. This guy is going to be able to make money every single time he tweets. Or whatever, truths? Is that what they're called? Truths? Every time he truths on Truth Central, he is going to be making a whole bunch of money because people are going to be forced to follow him on this goddamn nonsense platform. The site's going to get more traffic than it deserves just because he's president again. Not an oligarchy. Just fixing the swamp real quick.
Though he's avoided discussing details. The war began when Russia invaded Ukrainian sovereign territory in February 2022. Reuters reported in June that Kellogg's plan involves freezing the battle lines at their prevailing locations and forcing both Kyiv and Moscow to the negotiating table. The U.S. would tell Ukraine it would only get more American weapons if it enters peace talks. At the same time, it would warn Moscow that refusal to negotiate would mean increased U.S. support for Ukraine.
Interesting. Honestly, sort of an unexpected pick from Donald Trump in my estimation. This guy is honestly more diplomatic than you would expect Donald Trump to be. I guess in my estimation, then you would expect Trump to be picking for that job. But, well, that is in fact what he decided. Now let's look at this guy. Did we talk about Dr. J. Bhattacharya.
Glad you're streaming with us. Well, President.
I can't say this. I still can't say this guy's name.
Glad you're streaming with us. Well, President-elect Donald Trump's selections for his administration are almost complete. Overnight, he announced more key appointments, including a new director for the National Institutes of Health, an RFK Jr. ally and harsh critic of the pandemic lockdown. Senior White House correspondent Selena Wang is in West Palm Beach, Florida, with more. Selena, we are learning, actually, before we get to the new appointments, we are learning apparently that some.
Why would you do this to me? Why are you always doing this to me? I think it's actually further in here, isn't it? Yeah.
Where that bullet grazed Donald Trump's ear before he was rushed off stage by U.S. Secret Service.
So let's get to the NIH pick now. He's been against vaccine and mask mandates in the past. What else do we know?
Yeah, so this is Dr. J. Bhattacharya. He is a Stanford University doctor. He also studies economics, and he would be running the National Institutes of Health, which is the world's largest medical research agency. And he's also a very vocal critic of this very agency that he's been tapped to run. As you mentioned.
So great. Every single person who's being appointed to positions are essentially critics of their own the agencies which they will be heading. He's not the only one. So many. It's wild. Like the head of the EPA. Dude thinks it shouldn't exist. Like all these people. Oh God. I feel like I'm drinking dumb juice. Speaking of that, let's go here to the Majority Report. Talk about some dumb juice Joe Rogan's been drinking lately.
Mark Andreessen, who is a tech billionaire, right? Where did he make his money? Is it PayPal?
Either Y Combinator, I think OpenAI, like that sort of Silicon Valley stuff.
And he came out and endorsed Trump sometime around when Elon Musk did, basically around the J.D. Vance thing, because all these Silicon Valley guys, they're in, Peter Thiel's mafia.
And just a little bit of a background on him. He was an investor in Facebook. He also had to apologize to a little country called India for saying that colonialism was good for them. So
let's see.
Yeah.
But look, Joe Rogan, I hope most people know, is, he has an aesthetic of a blue collar guy, but he's not, his father was an architect.
I mean, I'm sure he owns some blue collars.
And Joe
somewhere.
Rogan hasn't had. I mean, he was on news radio in the early '90s, so Joe Rogan has been making hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, and not like tens of millions of dollars, but like $600,000-$700,000, $1 million, really, for the past 30 years, and he got into sitcoms a little bit before me, and I think he's got to be my age. And I was making, that kind of money in my mid to late 20s. He must have been doing it even earlier. And he made much more than that because he was on that show, News Radio, for a regular period of time. So all of his blue collar, common sense stuff is just an aesthetic. Understand that. It's an aesthetic. And here he is with Mark Andreessen, a billionaire. And what are they talking about? The problem is the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which has basically gotten about $16 billion worth of money from banks and given it back to consumers because they've been ripped off and they want to get rid of it. Listen to this.
Position of deciding who gets money. It's time to unleash economic growth.
Elon explained that there's more agencies than there have been years of the United States.
Correct. Yeah, 450 federal agencies and 2 new ones a year.
I just like how baby-brained this is.
I know.
Are you telling me there's more agencies in the U.S. government than there are years that the government... who gives a shit? There's also...
No, Sam doesn't understand. It's actually a secret pact all governments must make before forming, and if you exceed the number of years by number of. It's very scientific. Just to hold on. I have a formula for this. If you don't have more years than you have agencies, you got a big problem, and you gotta call it quits.
35 more, 200 more Congress people than there are years.
There's more stars in the sky than there have been presidents.
What?
Does she not see the problem?
Like the idea you have 450 agencies for a population of 330 million people?
That is
like
untenable.
This is the most baby brain thing I've ever heard in my life. You know who's got more? The guy sitting across from you has more millions than there are agencies in this country. What do you think about that? Go ahead.
Unleash economic growth.
Elon explained that there's more agencies than there have been years of the United States.
Correct. Yeah, 450 federal agencies.
Oh, the coconut bonk is so perfect for that. Oh my god. Elon told me one time. Yeah, did Elon tell you something? And you just took it at face value again, Joe? Because you're too dumb to sort of analyze anything?
There's more agencies than there have been years of the United States.
Correct. Yeah, 450 federal agencies, and 2 new ones a year. And then my favorite twist is we have this thing called independent federal agencies. So, for example, we have this thing called the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, CFPB, which was it's sort of Elizabeth Warren's personal agency that she gets to control, and it's an independent agency.
Okay, this is a complete effing lie. It's the Consumer Financial Protection Agency, not finance. It is funded in the same way that, like the FDIC is funded by fees. It is funded by the fees and fines it collects from the institutions it regulates. Now, like, this is the two-step, right?
Yeah, and the fact is, I have a criticism of the CFPB, but it's the exact opposite of what this guy's criticism is. Because the fact is, unfortunately, the CFPB isn't even as effective as it should be, because people, don't ask me how I know this, but this is fact. People that helped start the CFPB and people in government who are in charge of, sort of keeping the CFPB up to date on new financial protections that they need, like people who are deeply involved in all this stuff leave government and then go work in the private sector and then start teaching companies how to get around as many of these regulations as possible. So it's not even doing as much as it should be. We should make it illegal for you to be able to go from government into the private sector in these ways that are clearly anti-democratic and just sort of ruin anything that's done in democracy. Same thing happens in banking. It's just gross, and we need to shore some of that up.
Like, on one hand, we're not going to fund these agencies. On the other hand, we're not going to allow it to fund the law law breaking that it pursues. These guys want to protect the bankers. This is the blue collar everyman talk from Joe Rogan. Go ahead.
Facebook investors.
Ooh, Orb Rumor doing some mathematics for us. Thank you. 350 million citizens divided by 500 agencies equals 700,000 citizens served by each agency. That is wrong. That is wrong. The Constitution says that is wrong. Okay? Can't have that. It needs to be at least 1 million people by each agency or more. So, well, it's not written into but you have to opine it from the Constitution.
Warren's personal agency that she gets to control. And it's an independent agency that just gets to run and do whatever it wants, right? And if you read the Constitution, like, there is no such thing as an independent agency. There it is.
What does her agency do?
Whatever she wants.
What does it do, though?
Basically, terrorize financial institutions, prevent fintech.
You know what? Nothing exists that's not in the Constitution. Always, never forget that.
Prevent new competition, new startups that want to compete with the big banks.
Really?
Oh, yeah. 100%.
How so?
Stuff like cell phones, TVs, throw them in the trash. Okay, they're not covered under the Constitution. Neither is this microphone. They need to get rid of that.
Just terrorizing anybody who tries to do anything new in financial services.
Can you give me an example?
Well, I guess debanking.
Oh, not
This is where a lot
debanking.
of debanking comes from. Is these agencies. So debanking is when you as either a person or your company are literally kicked out of the banking system.
Like they did to Kanye.
Exactly, like they did to Kanye. My partner Ben's father had to debank.
So what does the CFPB do? They ordered the Navy Federal Credit Union to pay over $95 million because they charged illegal surprise overdraft fees with consumers over a 5-year period from 2017 to 2022.
Those banks got those fees fair and square.
Cash Call. They were fined $167 million for using deceptive, abusive practices with loans. TD Bank, people may remember this one, they were ordered to pay $28 million because of fraud. They illegally threatened Consumer Reports from with fraudulent information. I mean, there have been a bunch of different settlements, up to $2.7 million. They're fining companies for screwing people over.
Okay, and let's be clear. I mean, you can Google this. The idea that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau had anything to do with debanking Kanye West, it was
They were in on it.
Diamond and Chase that debanked him. This is
here's
just like complete, absolute bullshit. And watch Joe Rogan gobble it up. Gobble it up. First of all, I mean, everybody listening to this knows this. It is not Elizabeth Warren's agency. She
owns
started
it.
No, she had the idea and started it, but was not even allowed to run it by Barack Obama.
No. They report to. It's a secret reporting system that goes to a secret server at Elizabeth's house in Massachusetts.
Because he was listening to people like Mark Andreessen.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, you said debanking. This is where a lot of the debanking comes from. Is these agencies. I can't get over the
I love how they can't get this
breathing
clip.
pattern he's got. These people are mutants, and the only reason he's sitting across from Joe Rogan is he has lots of money from a good bet on Facebook years
He's
ago.
lying. He knows
Yep.
it. It's the same reason Peter Thiel can't talk in front of an audience. It's when they have to talk to humans, they can't, because these guys are sociopathic, money obsessed freaks. That it's the same thing when Elon Musk talks about, like, have you ever seen the streets of San Francisco? You can't even walk from one side of the street. You've never walked on the streets of San Francisco in your life,
I've seen
bro.
them.
I mean,
though.
they
I've
have
seen-
when they
Wait, I need an Elon. I need an Elon character. I've seen them though. They from my airplane, I can see them, and they look really bad.
to be confronted with like anything outside of their own fart sniffing, it is bumbling. Keep going.
100%.
How so?
Just terrorizing anybody who tries to do anything new in financial services.
Can you give me an example?
Debanking. This is where a lot of the debanking comes from. Is these agencies. So debanking is when
we were talking about
as either
Kanye.
a person or
Were we just talking about Kanye? Why is he talking about new finance? What was Kanye involved in terms of new financial services? I'd love to know what the fuck Mark is talking about.
a lot of the debanking comes from is these agencies. So debanking is when you as either a person or your company are literally kicked out of the banking system.
Like they did to Kanye.
Exactly, like they did to Kanye. My partner Ben's father has been debanked.
Really?
We had an employee
for what?
For having the wrong politics, for saying unacceptable things. Under current banking regulations, here's a great thing. Under current banking regulations,
Kanye was Chase decided to end their relationship with Kanye because he was spewing anti-Semitism. This has 100% nothing to do with a government agency. 100%.
I'm sure no other banks were willing to work with Kanye. Which, of course, is bullshit. I'm sure Kanye's money is safe in a bank right now. And this whole conversation is ridiculous.
It's not even that. It's the CFPB. Here's an article from August 8, 2024. CFPB says ruling on bias hurts its power to prevent debanking. Consumer Prevention... yeah, you can put this up, Bradley. Zoom in more so I can read it. But the CFPB examiners would be blocked from protecting customers who lose access to bank accounts for religious or other reasons if a Texas federal judge's decision on the CFPB's efforts to combat discrimination is allowed to stand. The agency told the Federal Appeals Court next.
That's weird. It seems like the legislation Republicans are trying to, get done here is actually sort of antithetical to their own supposed goals. All right. Now let's talk about those tariffs that are, well, they're coming, people. I don't see how they're not going to be coming. Maybe they will. I don't know. Maybe something will magically happen and Donald Trump won't do tariffs, which him and multiple people, especially like Lutnick and who else in there, have been just screaming about how much they love tariffs. I'm trying to think. Point is they can't get enough. And talking about tariffs, you think he's bluffing? Let's hope so.
Los Angeles grocery store owner Edwin Hernandez says the Mexican imports at his nearly 20-year-old family business account for 40% of sales.
A good example of what we import is like these chilies. These are called chiles de agua, and these specifically are from San Miguel del Valle in Oaxaca.
But after President-elect Donald Trump recently pledged a 25% across-the-board tariff on imports from Canada and Mexico.
Yeah, and it's not just going to be that, right? He's already proposed more tariffs on the EU, on China. I mean, basically on every market the United States buys from or sells in, he wants tariffs on them. Just imagine not just the things you're buying being more expensive, that are just being imported in whole, but then like think about anything that might be manufactured at all in the United States. Suddenly, all those things are going to be much more expensive too because of the inputs. We import a lot of plastic and metals from other places, other sorts of industrial products, ingredients. Many of them come from places like China or Mexico. We get a lot of oil from Canada and also Mexico. In fact, we get a shit ton of stuff from Canada and also Mexico. We've actually been talking about that quite a lot recently. And what's funny is I had this video in this list already, I swear to God. And then the Majority Report decided to repost it because of its current relevance. And I found it hilarious. I felt somehow vindicated in my decision to put this in the list for today. This is from 6 years ago. Let's talk tariffs a little more.
This was interesting. You know, we have seen millions of pieces, not millions, probably thousands of pieces where a reporter says, I'm going to go to a place that voted for Trump and see if people like Trump and make a big story of the fact that these people who voted for Trump also voted for Romney, who also voted for McCain, who also voted for George Bush twice, and prior to that voted for Bob Dole, grudgingly, have voted, still support the Republican. But in this one, MSNBC went to a factory where they make steel nails, I should say, in Missouri, and talked to them about the implications of tariffs and the trade war that Trump has gotten them into. Sort of interesting to see how they will never, ever give him up.
At Mid-Continent Nail.
We produce more nails than any other company in the United States.
But the nails are made with steel imported from Mexico, hit by a 25% tariff by the Trump administration.
We're going to charge a tariff on steel.
It's a 25% tariff that our customers are not willing to pay us for.
Chris Pratt oversees 500 employees here.
Where are we right now?
in a paper tape plant.
No longer in operation.
No longer in operation.
When the tariffs hit, Pratt says their customers balked.
We don't want your nails at your prices anymore because we can buy our nails cheaper somewhere else.
Where's somewhere else?
Somewhere else is mostly imports.
In other countries like
China, Malaysia, Oman, Korea.
And jobs over there mean jobs lost here. You've had to lay off how many?
We have eliminated 60 positions.
60 positions.
Yes. We should be thriving. We were doing pretty good.
And
but
now?
It's like you flip the light switch off, and that's all.
So sad. Now, one thing that people don't seem to understand about tariffs, including the most high up people in our government, well, now at least, is that the only way for this stuff to work, and by work I mean to achieve its goals, right? Because I mean essentially the implicit goals of these tariffs is to bring American jobs back to America, right? To get Americans who aren't working, to get companies that left the United States to put factories in other countries, to bring those factories back to the United States, and then to export goods from the United States rather than to import them, right? And therefore, somehow, in theory, lower prices for the United States and also improve people's, way of life and all this stuff. The only way for that all to fucking work, right, is for Americans to either take well, here's the problem, right? Because it doesn't work if Americans have to do what I'm about to say. Is if one thing we could do is, I don't know, everybody take a massive pay cut. We can start getting paid what Chinese workers get paid and Mexican workers get paid, right? Or whatever else, right? And or change certain things around here so that the input costs in America lined up with that, and somehow made it so the prices were lower. But that the fact is if you compare, most of our goods are imported. The majority of goods imported in the United States come from China, right? Then a bunch of them come from Canada and Mexico, like the rest of them, basically. I mean, we get stuff from Europe and Africa as well, and the rest of Asia, but those are three of our biggest trading partners. And if we suddenly tariff all those places, we're in huge problems. Like the wage, I don't know what the minimum wage is exactly. I don't think it technically is one in China, but I think the average median wage in China is less than 30% of what Americans make, minimum wage, federally. And most manufacturing jobs like this, nails, whatever else, machining, people who are doing CNC work, lathes, whatever, like you're doing a slightly dangerous job, and, in some cases is skill and training and other things like that, and you usually pay. For those reasons, usually pay much better than federal minimum wage. I looked it up, and median U.S. Factory wages are, I think there's some, I can't remember. It was like, I looked it up a couple days ago. I think it's like somewhere around $16 or $17 an hour, which is way higher than what the median wage is in China for this stuff. So the only way for this to work out is to somehow magically get the input costs, so like the raw materials themselves, so cheap that it would make up for the increased labor costs that these companies would theoretically be paying. But they're not going to do that because there's all these other costs, like building a fucking factory. I don't know if you realize that, but you have to pay somebody to do that first before you can even make, because the jobs don't exist because the factories aren't here, because decades ago, like all the companies left for China and other places like that where they could lower their costs. So this will never work. It literally just won't ever work to do the thing that it's purported to do. All it will ever do is to make things more expensive. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I'm just monologuing. There's more to watch.
Cause of tariffs.
The employees are hopeful that this is just a bump in the road.
Did you vote for the president?
Absolutely.
What were you hoping for when you voted for the president?
Change. A good change for the economy, a good change for the American people.
They're willing to give the president the benefit of the doubt.
I understand why it's being done. It's hurting us. It's hurting us real bad here.
Diane Brogdon has put in 12 years on this assembly line.
Did you vote for President Trump?
Yes, I did.
Do you want him to end those tariffs on steel and aluminum?
I want.
Is that an accurate statistic, Bob? $10.50 a day is the median factory wage? I thought it was a little higher when I looked it up. I could be wrong. But if that's correct, it's even worse than I thought. When I looked it up, it was like $30 a day or something like that, which would account for a couple hours of somebody on a floor in the United States. But $10 a day, if that's true, oh boy. It's never happening. It's never happening. It literally, we would have to tariff things at 1,000%.
Workers are appealing to the president to carve out an exception for the materials they work with.
I understand why he's doing it, but he's just going to have to stop and think. When he's making America better, he's kind of hurting some of it too.
Sometimes you got to think about the bigger picture. You can't just be narrowly focused on your own small place in the story.
Yeah, maybe you should stop and think.
Yeah, maybe you should think about yourself instead of being so greedy for your little nail.
Think
about the bigger picture.
You just take one for the team.
Sacrificing.
There is almost unanimity, as far as I can tell, that by people who are impacted in either way, even like the steel maker unions.
You wonder, like, they couldn't get one guy to be like, "Yeah, I didn't vote for Trump. All these people are fucking insane."
Yeah, where is that guy?
To tell them that the entire time, but
seriously. Oh boy. Okay. Well, you know what time it is, I think. Probably. That's right. The space intermission time. If you haven't already, hit the like button, and don't forget to subscribe on YouTube. Once you've done both of those things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. All sorts of amazing ways in which to do that. All of the ways, really, now that we are monetized on YouTube as well. Not only do we have that, we have Twitch, we have Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon. Which, you know, is really my favorite because you get so many sweet pennies. And I don't know why, I just wanted to give you people space benefits. Is that wrong? If it feels good, can it be wrong? I don't know. Anyway, chat, do consider getting in there. Last 2 days available for you to get half off on any Patreon level membership. That's right. That means that you can get in at the ground floor of Galacticness for $1.50 for your first month. That's right, it's crazy. Not $3, which is already insanely cheap. Barely keeps the galactic lights on. You can get in for $1.50? I mean, you're basically robbing me. But I will honor every single Patreon benefit, no matter what. So, do consider it. Got some galactic bills coming up, need to be paid. You are our only hope. Alright, chat. Enjoy this space break. I'll be right back. You know what that means? Time to get back to those seats. More galactic content incoming. Alright, it is the environmental half. Which means, we got some stuff to talk about today, although not as much as we've had in recent weeks. Which is why I've decided to work this one in here. PBS Terra, sort of like a documentary from 7 days ago on Thanksgiving. I figured this would also be a good time, since we're talking about indigenous history, to talk about America's first mega city.
You are looking at an ancient mystery. Several miles east of downtown St. Louis, Missouri, a giant grassy mound rises from the earth. Nearby, a constellation of smaller mounds dot the landscape. These are not natural formations. These are the ruins of Cahokia, the largest and most important ancient American city north of Mexico. One of the only surviving clues about a rich, ancient civilization that few today have ever heard of. Who built Cahokia and why? And why was it abandoned before Columbus ever set foot in the Americas?
Could you jump up?
Today, researchers, along with the descendants of this civilization, are using cutting-edge science and technology to uncover the secrets of this lost city. What they're discovering could forever change our understanding of this ancient civilization and paint a new picture of North America before Europeans arrived.
Sounds interesting. Ancient mega city? Tell me more.
The people who built Cahokia were part of an ancient civilization that's known today as the Mississippian cultures. Native Americans who lived around 800 to 1600 AD across what is today the American Midwest and Southeast. Unlike the popular image of Native Americans as small nomadic groups, the Mississippians lived in planned cities centered around massive earthen mounds, ceremonial plazas, and a sophisticated agricultural system focused on maize, squash, and beans. And no city in the Mississippian world was bigger than Cahokia.
Cahokia was the largest indigenous Native American settlement north of the Valley of Mexico.
We believe that Cahokia probably covered something like 5 or 6 square kilometers, which makes it orders of magnitude larger than any other place in North America prior to European contact.
At its height, around the year 1100 AD, Cahokia was a bustling metropolis home to at least 15,000 people, rivaling London in size. Researchers have uncovered evidence of massive monument construction, complex social hierarchy, and advanced urban planning, demonstrating a level of complexity unrivaled in any North American city of its time.
Right now, when you're here, it's a nice green field. This is what Cahokia looks like for us today. When we were here 1,000 years ago, it would have been teeming with crowds of people, and there may have been places where people were exchanging goods. Different religious ceremonies would have been going on.
The most striking feature of this ancient city was the more than 100 large earthen structures that towered over the Mississippi River floodplains. At the center of it all stood Monk's Mound, the largest earthen monument in North America, perhaps even in all of the Americas. It's estimated that Cahokian builders carried nearly 15 million loads of dirt to build Monk's Mound.
Dang, that's a lot. 15 million loads of dirt. I don't know how they're measuring those loads, but I think by any measurement, that's a lot. Even in cups, I'd be impressed. I'm fairly certain they're measuring in larger units than that.
Labor that goes into constructing the monuments at and around Cahokia is really something that's hard to wrap your head around. Not only are people using stone and wooden tools to extract that earth from one part of the site, they're then moving it in basket loads to add to different layers of mounds.
The base of Monk's Mound is actually larger than the Great Pyramid of Cheops in Egypt. It's 100 feet high. On the top of Monk's Mound would have been an enormous temple that peaked to 50 to 75 feet high or more. So it would just have been an amazing...
Everybody's talking about loads in chat now.
Phrasing.
Wow. Can we grow up?
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
Site, it must have been overwhelming for people.
Researchers are trying to understand how and why this place evolved from a simple settlement into such an awe-inspiring metropolis.
People have been living here in this general area for at least 12 to 14,000 years. For most of that time, people lived here as hunters, gatherers, and fishers.
Sometime in the 800s AD, we see the formation of what we would call villages, like permanent settlements where people are constructing houses and living there year-round.
And then around 1050, something happens here where Cahokia explodes.
I just thought this would be, a good thing to look at once again, to sort of dispel any thoughts that the land hadn't been cultivated or used by native indigenous people to the Americas before settlers came here. This seems like used. It was used. I mean, granted, this went disused, like they were saying before the settlers came, but there were plenty of other stuff, other things going on as well. But I just thought this was fascinating, considering how just massive this is, right? Rivaling the Egyptian pyramids and much of the stuff going on in South America and Latin America. It's pretty crazy.
We know that around 1000 AD, many indigenous societies in North America were establishing...
All right, that's it. We're moving on. We're not... We we can't do it. We can't get through this. It's fine. It's fine. Moving on from mounds and loads. That's it. Wrapping it up. Let's go here. Let's talk about climate change. Apparently, according to scientists, I don't know.
It's science.
I don't know anything about that. They're saying that climate change is making hurricanes stronger. I don't know what's up with... I need an explanation for this. I think this is footage of Helene damage. Probably because I saw so much of it. I'm pretty sure, though. Alright, are we going to talk about this? I forget how long this goes for. When do they start? Oh, whatever.
With climate change, the fundamental concept is we're adding more energy to the system. And so what happens to that energy, especially with tropical cyclones, is it can manifest in any number of different ways, one of which is wind speed.
We've certainly seen plenty of that, haven't we? This is honestly some of the more subdued footage. I mean, some of the stuff we saw in the Philippines recently was utterly insane. Although we're talking hurricane specific,
storms are
I guess.
The change is going to manifest in terms of what we're already seeing. You look at Hurricane Helene, it was massive, 500 miles across. We're going to see changes in terms of the velocity of these storms. We're going to see changes in terms of Hurricane Milton and spawning so many tornadoes. So I think we're going to see a variety of different manifestations of the additional energetics associated with these storms.
Okay. You don't need to watch the rest of that footage. I think we've probably seen a bunch of this footage here on this stream already earlier this year. But let's go to some footage we haven't seen. This is some pretty wild looking stuff. This is the aftermath of the bomb cyclone that hit the Pacific Northwest earlier. I guess it was almost 2 weeks ago now. But this is some footage of that. Was it 2 weeks? It was like a week and a half ago or something. Four typhoons in a month. They had 6 typhoons in a month. It was 6. We updated that number. I can't remember when. Was it last week, I think? Something like that. We realized that it wasn't just 4, it was 6. 6+ hurricanes in about a 4-week span. This is probably bad for the crops. Usually trees don't like being completely submerged in water. At least that's my understanding of the biology there. I just thought it was spooky. This is just this drone shot from above this tree where they pull up on it and it's just completely surrounded by water. It's just this one. It's like there's something truly just artistic about this. All right. Now this is in Ecuador. Might as well just go straight to this. I don't think there's any subtitles. Maybe there are, but this is AP Archive, so you know how they are. They're never giving us subtitles. But this is in the wake of some of the recent wildfires that have happened in Ecuador. People are attempting to replant forests and other areas to help sort of you know, help supplement, help forests rebuild.
El día de hoy estamos haciendo una reforestación por el tema de incendios. Los incendios que fueron, digamos, Quito pasó por momentos críticos, pero lo que los incendios nos ha quitado, los quiteños y quiteñas lo estamos restaurando.
I don't know what he said just now. I think it was something about how in the wake of these fires, they have to do something to... I honestly, I'm not going to guess. All right. Okay. So yeah, Ecuador is trying to do what they can down there to fight back against the effect of fires. Now let's go to Britain for this story right here about a little bird who beat all the odds.
A penguin at Dudley Zoo who lost her waddle has been saved by her keepers by using a homemade baby bouncer. Flop, a Humboldt penguin that developed a limp which led to her being unable to stand without falling over. But with the help of the sling and an adapted baby walker, she's now upright and able to enjoy her fish unaided. Well, Jess Jones is one of those keepers at Dudley Zoo and told us about when she first met Flop.
Well, at the time, we were hand rearing another 4 youngsters. At that moment, we were moving them up to another isolation area. And literally within the first day, she developed a limp. So we had the vet come to assess her. He then prescribed her with some anti-inflammatories and some pain relief. And then within the next 24 hours, she unfortunately lost the use of her feet and her legs. So again, we had the vet come back in, run more tests on her. She had x-rays, blood tests. The x-ray came back completely clear, but the blood test resulted in saying that she was basically fighting an infection. For us, this was a complete first. We've never had this happen here before.
Look at
that. So for us, it was more so trying to look out there, get the research, and find out how we could possibly help her in whichever way we could. So a lot of the ideas that came about were this baby bouncer. So it was custom made for her. She was measured, and one of our keepers at the time, Steph, she actually made it for her, and it allowed us then to be able to feed her standing upright, but also it meant that she was a bit more hands-off. We didn't have to keep handling her while she was actually trying to strengthen the muscles in her legs and her feet. And then that obviously progressed to a walker, a treadmill, and we also did then physiotherapy sessions with her as well.
This is such a beautiful story. The rehabilitation of this goddamn penguin. Oh, God. Got me feeling galactic feels over here. Your 31 likes. We are making our way to more emotional support characters. Who will it be? I don't know who that is. I'm trying to think. Is that Mork? No. Whatever. We'll find out. We'll find out. Now, let's talk about this environmental related story. As one of the, big supposed solutions. Now, we've talked about how it's not the best solution, but it is one of the most touted solutions to at least the emissions created by humans trying to get them from one place to another, that being electric cars. This story is pretty relevant. That is because a company maybe many of you are not familiar with, but it's called Northvolt. It is a battery making company in the EU. I can't remember what country it is in. I think it might be Germany. I could be wrong about that. But point is, they have, I believe, entered bankruptcy or are on the verge of it, and the number of things are essentially going on here. So let's go. Here to Reuters from 3 days ago.
Northvolt's financial collapse could spell the end of Europe's ambitions to set up its own battery industry to power electric cars. It sparked debate over whether the continent needs to do more to attract investment, as startups struggle to near Chinese rivals. The Swedish company, Europe's biggest hope for an EV battery champion, filed for bankruptcy in the US on Thursday. That's after funding talks with investors and creditors, including Volkswagen and Goldman Sachs, failed. Northvolt, whose motto is Make Oil History, has received more than $10 billion in equity, debt and public financing since its 2016 startup. But it said it needed up to $1.2 billion in new funds under the restructuring process, which it hopes will end by the end of March. In recent months, it has shrunk the business and cut jobs in a bid to shore up its finances. It has struggled to produce sufficient volumes of high-quality batteries and lost a $2.1 billion contract from BMW in June.
Now, you know what would make this irrelevant to some degree is if the EU decided to actually work with China rather than tariffing them repeatedly. Because China's already got this one figured out. They're making EV batteries. They've done it. They've got the factories all set up. But EU insists on trying to be independent, like the United States has been claiming that we are planning to do as well. Clearly, unfortunately, in this particular case, that's not working out so good. Unfortunately, we keep just assuming that capitalist solutions will solve all of this, and that not having governments get directly involved in these solutions that we need for a change to stop climate change, and to at least mitigate what we've done already, and or to mitigate what we're doing to hit in the future. Right? Any of these things I would accept. To some degree. Obviously, there's a huge amount of time sensitivity to this issue that I don't feel like is being really adequately dealt with by governments. It'd be great if we could have some of that sort of urgency. Unfortunately, that's not where we are currently. And in fact, it seems like we're slipping in the other direction. Right, with Donald Trump coming into office, with the people that he's putting in there who are literal climate change deniers, fracking CEOs. It's just not. This is it just keeps. It's such a frustrating thing for me as somebody who's essentially, one of my jobs is to communicate the urgency of this situation and to talk about the effects of it, the present, the future, all of it. Man, it makes it just sort of frustrating for me knowing that the biggest emitter of carbon is now going to double down.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
All right, let's go to this strange happening in I'm sorry, not in Argentina, in Dubai. You'll see why I accidentally just said Argentina, as this it's definitely going to come up in a second.
I'm at Al Qudra Lakes, which is about 40 kilometers from the skyscraper-studded downtown of Dubai in the United Arab Emirates. Here at this rural area of golf trees, lakes, and small shrubs, we have found a new visitor in Dubai, the Patagonian Mara. This small rodent, which is a herbivore, has somehow ended up out at this nature preserve. Now, we don't know exactly how it got here. One
These things are
expert believes
insanely
it
cute.
likely escaped a nearby farm where it had been living. Experts here had been seeing the animals back as far as 2020 during the height of the coronavirus. The Patagonian Mara digs in warrens, it mates for life, and it can live up to about 14 years in captivity. Now, one expert believes that these animals could actually survive pretty well in Dubai, and what I've seen so far on several visits to Al Qudra is multiple packs of these animals. Today I saw
They kind of,
one
I feel like
pack
they
of
almost have like the head of a donkey, and then like the rest of the vibe of like, it's like a mix of like a rabbit, a donkey, and a deer. Such a weird little animal. But if you don't get what's happening here, these rabbit donkey deers are not supposed to be in Dubai. They're actually from Argentina, a completely different continent, if you're not aware. But somehow they are now flourishing in this random ecosystem in Dubai. It is believed that they were brought to Dubai as a pet, then released, and now are thriving. They're breeding, and they're sort of just... They're having the time of their lives is what they're doing. Okay. What else do we have left to talk about? So shorter environmental section today, like I said. So we're going to go straight into the global once we get there. But got a couple more stories. Let's go here, where at the Russia-Georgia border, the surrounding area has been hit by heavy snowfall the last day, causing scenes like this, where people are just completely stuck on roads. A child is back there. You can't get out. It's terrible. For 2 days I can't go out because of the snow.
I'm driving from Krasnodar to Georgia.
If the road is closed, I do sometimes go here to get some tea from the guys. Warm up and hit the road. Just some tea with the boys. Alright. Now,
when humans first started putting seeds in the ground 10,000 years ago, wheat
Excuse me. Rude. Okay, now let's talk about a different sort of problem that's becoming somewhat pervasive. That being crop diseases. Specifically, fungus that is affecting wheat crops. Let's go here to SciShow from a couple of days ago, and what is going on with all these wheat crops.
When humans first started putting seeds in the ground 10,000 years ago, wheat was one of the first things they planted, and it remains the most widely grown crop in the world today. On average, out of all the calories that humans consume, 1/5 of that energy comes from wheat. So anything that can take that food out of our mouths, well, that's something we want to get ahead of any way we can. Which is why scientists are hard at work developing something neat, a kind of early warning system or forecast for wheat's biggest threat. And it isn't floods or droughts or pests.
You know, you don't think about that like on a daily basis, I don't think. I certainly don't. Maybe you do. Maybe you're constantly thinking about agriculture. I don't know. But wheat is 1/5 of the food consumed on planet Earth. That is insane. 1 in 5 people, basically, is what that like depend on wheat to some degree. Granted, I know it's not like, you get what I'm saying? Like, that is such a daunting number.
It's fungus. Plants get sick for all kinds of reasons, but the biggest, most important diseases that wheat can catch are the fungal rusts. They're called that because they create these reddish-orange splotches that literally look as if the plant is rusting, but rusts are actually fungal parasites. They float in on the wind as tiny spores, and when they land on a wheat plant, they make themselves at home, siphoning the nutrients the plant would otherwise use to grow bigger or to produce grain. Serious infections will outright kill the plant. And this can happen.
Hey, thank you for the super sticker, PB. What is that? Multiple mudangs? My god. That's a lot of mudang right there. Because of course all hippos are mudang. Especially when it comes to stickers. But not exclusively. It's a great sticker. I don't know where you're all finding... I feel like I keep seeing new ones, and it's this fascinating journey.
Quickly, an infection can wipe out an entire crop in 1 month from first exposure. Rusts have been a problem for as long as wheat has been a thing. Accounts of rust epidemics stretch all the way back from ancient history to modern day. Even today, epidemics can shock the world's food supply, causing shortages or increasing food prices. That can be especially dangerous for the global south, or in countries already dealing with stuff like droughts. Since the climate crisis is already making farmers more vulnerable to severe weather and disease, it's a really big deal. And farmers have been trying to figure out ways to deal with wheat rust for a long time. After an epidemic in 1916 wiped out millions of bushels of grain, the US started a 50-plus year eradication campaign of a different plant, barberry, just because it was a possible host for the fungus. Unfortunately, even if farmers are extremely cautious about exposure around their farm, It might not matter since fungal spores can be dispersed by wind and infect crops far away. You may never know when it's going to come blowing in. Now, one thing we can do is to breed new disease-resistant strains of wheat. Agronomist Norman Borlaug won a Nobel Peace Prize for his work, which included breeding new varieties of wheat that, among other things, were rust-resistant. He's often credited with saving 1 billion people from starvation. But we also need more short-term solutions, like knowing when and where to deploy things like fungicides before outbreaks get bad, especially since new strains of rust are propping up that can infect even rust-resistant wheat strains. Remember, this stuff can spread fast, and small farmers are often already surviving off of pretty thin margins, so there may not
What show is this? This is SciShow. SciShow. SCI show.
be a lot of wiggle room between great harvest and losing the farm.
This is
For
the
a
show
lot of
Hank was
smallholder
on.
farmers,
Yeah,
that
that's
doesn't
right.
just mean losing the business. They're often feeding their own families with that crop, and if rust hits and they're not growing much other than wheat, that's real bad news. That's why scientists are pursuing other avenues at the same time, like an early warning system for rust. Ethiopia is the breadbasket of sub-Saharan Africa. Seriously, it's where the stuff that makes bread comes from. But since 2010, Ethiopia has seen multiple big rust outbreaks. Farmers there can protect their crops with fungicides, but the supply is limited, so it's important to know where and when to use it. Knowing this, a team of researchers built a system that would do three things: take in information, predict what would happen next, and then get that info where it needed to go. Specifically, the system takes in information from experts who are already traveling around following wheat rust in the field, as well as from phone calls to farmers. Then, the system uses computer simulations and weather data to predict where the spores are going to be coming from, where the wind might blow them, and whether those spores can grow where they land. Finally,
Okay. I think it is a good show to some degree. Like, I don't watch it all the time, but I subscribe to them, and so when videos of interest go by me, I usually put them on my watch list, and if passes a certain threshold, we watch it. Essentially, that's my rigorous process laid out for you. Now, the thing about all this while I was watching this is that it reminded me of a movie. I don't know if you've all seen it. Interstellar. Spoiler alerts if you haven't seen Interstellar. So I'll give you a second to turn your volume off if you don't want to hear this. But basically, if you don't know the plot of Interstellar, this is like almost like a mirror image of one of the main problems happening. Like, one of the main plot lines essentially is that crops are being plagued by pesticide resistant like funguses that scientists are racing to genetically modify plants to keep the food supply from completely collapsing. And they talk about how, like the main characters, many of the main characters are farmers in this case, in this movie, and they talk about how, the one after another crop is like failing in this because it's just, it's it's scary to hear this kind of stuff happening in real life. Thankfully, we do have scientists working on this stuff, but it's weird. And just for fun, because it's Thanksgiving, then we go to space to try and solve it. Then we become, I don't know, a race. Well, not everybody on it. I'm not gonna give away the whole movie if you haven't seen it. But yeah, then some group of people are like, you know what? Time to be Elon Musk. Going to Mars, but not really. PB. Look at that fancy mood dang. My God. Goggles. Is that hippo about to skydive? What's happening there? It looks like it's skydiving, I want to say, but it's confusing. Because, like, you see how it has the goggles on and what appears to be a parachute. I could be completely wrong. But that was your quasi-space news. Okay. Today was Thanksgiving, and I was a little busy, and I didn't get any other space news in there, so that was my way of pretending like we had space news. Talking about Interstellar. Alright, let's go on now to actual Earth news. To the UK, where regulators have fined Barclays Bank, I think it's a bank, it's a financial institution, $51 million? That can't be right. Is that right? I guess, if it's in the title. I would assume pounds. Over its dealings with the Qatari government in 2008 financial crisis over money taken to shore up Barclays' finances. Let's go to here. Reuters with the report.
Barclays has been fined $50.9 million for its failure to disclose certain arrangements with Qatari entities in 2008. Britain's financial regulator, the FCA, announced the penalty on Monday. It dates back to the height of the financial crisis, when Barclays scrambled to raise funds from overseas investors, including Qatar, in order to avoid a state bailout. The FCA said in 2022 that the British bank paid undisclosed fees to Qatari funds involved in its rescue. It said Barclays' conduct in the capital raising was reckless and lacked integrity. The FCA at the time fined Barclays nearly $63 million.
No integrity. You've been very bad, Barclays. Now fork up a tiny, tiny portion of money. Really. I mean, $51 million for Barclays? Barclays sneezes $51 million. But, I guess integrity... I guess you can buy it? It's whatever. Alright, let's go here to another story in England, specifically at London's Heathrow Airport, which has decided, you know what? Rather than having humans make sure air traffic control operations are, you know, we don't, humans are good. You know what's better? AI. Gotta replace everything with AI, of course. Two humans taped together. That actually might be better.
Heathrow Airport is the busiest airport in the UK. It's one of the busiest in Europe and certainly the world. We handle around about 475,000 annual flights per year. Those are all commercial flights. That equates to about 1,400 flights per day. It starts with the digital control tower, so that is where we replace the out of the window view from the traditional tower cab that's above us. And we do that by using a range of cameras located around the airfield. That information, because it's now digital rather than an analog view, means that we can send that information through processing. And that processing here in the Heathrow lab is done through our digital artificial intelligence engine, which is known as Amy. So Amy can process data from radar systems and specifically from the video system.
The two biggest iPads on the face of the planet. Look at these things.
Radar systems and specifically from the video system. We can monitor flights on the arrival runway from the moment they touch down until they vacate the runway to make sure that that action is completed safely.
Well, from what it seems like, the humans will still be involved to some degree. My concern is that humans will be completely removed from the process before we get galactic communism that these AI will be trusted perhaps more than it should be. I have a number of concerns about this stuff. Of course, I think I voiced my concerns about AI a lot. I think rightly so. Mostly because I keep hearing powerful people wanting to just blankly and just completely trust AI without a whole lot of information to go on. Since most of these things are completely black boxes. You know what prevents humans from being removed? Tape. True. Technically. At least, you know, temporarily. Depends on how good you are at taping. We have 32 likes. Did I not give you a third emotional support character? I know I rolled for one. I remember doing that. Alright, let's go to here. Guardian News from 10 hours ago. Keir Starmer has some stuff to say about immigration. And, well, it seems like he's become a Tory and is now shaming the Tories for not being Tory enough. I don't know. Let's look at this.
The Independent Office of National Statistics has conducted vital work on the state of immigration and found the previous government were running an open borders experiment. As the ONS sets out, nearly 1 million people came to Britain in the year ending June 2023. That is 4 times the migration levels compared with 2019. Time and again, the Conservative Party promised they would get the numbers down. Time and again, they failed. And now the chorus of excuses has begun. We heard that from the leader of the opposition yesterday. But what we didn't hear, what the British people are owed, is an explanation. Because a failure on this scale isn't just bad luck.
I'm not sure whether or not to applaud or boo, honestly. Like, because I can't. I mean, the fact is it's hilarious to watch him tell the Tories they weren't Tory enough. Like, they didn't. Because, like, the Tories, I mean, wanted to ship all of the migrants to Rwanda. Remember that? And they, instead of putting them in some sort of normal housing, didn't they buy a yacht? Or not a yacht, it was like a jail on, it was like a boat jail. And then put all, I remember it was a pre-existing boat jail? Whatever it was, it was insane. Like, it was wildly anti-immigrant. But here's Keir Starmer to say, you know what, they weren't anti-immigrant enough, actually. And that's why they couldn't get stuff done. Okay, Keir, thanks. Thanks, buddy. Alright, now let's go to the actual European content, since Britain's no longer part of it. Because polls are showing that a particular shift in sentiment is happening in the EU. Let's take a look at this. In the United States, this might be a little troubling.
Half of Europeans no longer see the US as their most valuable ally. a growing number of EU citizens are distancing themselves from the US, according to a survey by the Bertelsmann Stiftung Foundation. 49% believe Washington is no longer their most important ally, instead preferring other countries such as the UK or China. With the exception of Poland, the majority believe the EU should reduce its cooperation with the United States.
Ouch. This is only going to get worse under Donald Trump. This is bad. This is bad. And I would, in my estimation, what's happened with Israel over the last year is very much involved in all of this. Not that it's solely responsible, certainly not, but I put it up there. If I had to start ranking it, I'd put it top 5.
Go its own way. That's particularly true when it comes to foreign policy, where 73% of people want the EU to play a more active role. However, NATO overwhelmingly remains the cornerstone of international security as...
Okay, thank you, Euro News. Now, let's go to this. Here's a story that's making me... This story, I'm not gonna lie. This story is making me want to actually investigate some of the Blue Anon conspiracy stuff that I've heard recently. It hasn't actually made me do it, but it's making me think things. Although, honestly, I'm not sure it could... I'm not sure it's actually a fair comparison. Could be wrong, but let's go here. France 24. Recount order. TikTok claims throw Romanian election into chaos.
A recount's been ordered in Romania's election amid growing controversy. The pro-Russian candidate Călin Georgescu finished top of the first round of voting. His success has been put down to the social media platform TikTok, and an intelligence service is raising questions. Concerns over Russian manipulation of the democratic process were expressed well before voting day. Georgescu is, of course, due to face the centrist contender Elena Lasconi in a runoff on December the 8th, but now the recounter is announced. Meanwhile, the parliamentary election is scheduled for Sunday. Let's bring in for analysis of the situation and the essential context. Oana Popescu-Zamfir joining us live from Bucharest. Oana, thank you very much for being with us here on France 24. We appreciate your time. This role of TikTok, give us a sense about how it has played a key part in this election so far.
Hi, thank you for having me. I think that is still a matter of investigation because on the one hand, we may be dealing with an organic phenomenon which is just new, as social media and networks are playing an ever more important role in our lives. So the particular thing about this campaign is that the candidate in cause has not campaigned on mainstream media or grassroots, door to door. We know virtually nothing about his team or even any campaign headquarters.
So yeah, sorry people. So sorry, but it's not, it's just not the same situation, you know? This does in fact scream some sort of manipulation. If this guy doesn't even have a campaign headquarters or any media, or hasn't had any real media presence for this to happen, it does make things seem weird. Donald Trump, I mean, come on. That dude was everywhere. Of course he's got a campaign headquarters. All of these things go down the list of what basically this woman says for the next 6 minutes, and none of it really happened in the United States. All right. Let's go now over to This is a report from a day ago. Deserter reveals secrets of top secret Russian nuclear base. BBC News.
Well, following the decision by the US and the UK to allow Ukraine to fire long-range missiles into Russian territory, President Putin announced he was lowering the threshold for the potential use of Russia's nuclear weapons. Well, now, for the first time, a Russian military officer who served inside one of Russia's top-secret nuclear bases has spoken out. The man fled the country after being threatened with deployment to the front line in Ukraine. Our correspondent Will Vernon went to meet him at a secret location outside Russia.
Russia likes to put on a show of its nuclear capabilities. On state TV, Britain is regularly threatened with atomic annihilation. But the question keeping Western politicians up at night, would Putin really push the nuclear button? This man worked on the inside. A former officer in the elite nuclear forces, he was stationed at a top-secret base in Russia.
The troops are there to either repel or carry out a nuclear strike. There's a very strict selection process. There are constant checks and lie detector tests. It's a closed society. There are no strangers there. If you want your parents to visit, you need to submit a request to the FSB security service 3 months in advance.
To protect Anton, we're not revealing his location or his identity. He showed us documents which confirmed his story, as well as details of his service at the nuclear base.
On the day the war started, we were put on full combat readiness and shut in the base. The weapons were fully in place and we were ready to the maximum extent. The state of alert was cancelled after 2 or 3 weeks.
Part of Russia's nuclear arsenal dates from the Soviet era. Some experts say it might not even work.
That's a very simplified view from so-called experts. Russia has an enormous arsenal and a huge amount of warheads and constant patrol on land, sea and air. The weapons are fully operational and battle-ready. Maintenance work never stops, not even for 1 minute.
Obviously, you know secret information. How concerned are you?
Now, one thing that came to mind while listening to this guy, who apparently defected, but then is also touting the might of Russia's nuclear readiness, he could be here for a reason, right? I'm not saying that I have any reason aside from just pure suspicion, but and skepticism. But yeah, I mean, this guy could clearly be a Russian plant, just here to tell us that they're more capable than they are. Now, I mean, it's a dangerous game to play in terms of not trusting this kind of information to some degree, but you know, it wouldn't be the first time Russia tried to do, you know, anything like this.
Obviously, you know secret information. How concerned are you that the Russian authorities might try and track you down?
The FSB, the Interior Ministry, local police, they're all looking for me. I realise I could be kidnapped and taken to Russia by plane. Now, I try to help other soldiers to flee. I understand the more that I do that, the higher the chances they could try and kill me.
Okay, well, he claims to be scared for his life, and I guess we'll take him at his word on that one. Now, more has been going on in Russia and in Ukraine. Over the last day, Russia has launched a massive barrage on Ukraine's power grid and infrastructure. Let's talk about that a little bit here. Channel 4 News from 8 hours ago.
However quickly the Ukrainians try to repair their energy infrastructure, Russia is determined to destroy it, today using their newest and most advanced weapon.
The temperature on the surface of the sun is 5,500 to 6,000 degrees.
Therefore, everything that is in the epicenter of the explosion is divided into fractions, into elementary particles. Everything turns essentially into dust.
The Russian president had bounced into a meeting with his near neighbours before threatening to reduce Ukraine to dust and issuing sympathy that could be interpreted as veiled menace towards the incoming American president.
You know, and I think that you as well, were most struck by the fact that entirely uncivilized methods were used against Trump, including attempted murder, and more than once. By the way, in my opinion, he is not safe now either.
We're ready.
The president-elect has nominated 80-year-old General Keith Kellogg as his envoy for Ukraine and Russia. Despite recommending that the battle lines be frozen, General Kellogg is regarded as more sympathetic to Kyiv than other potential candidates. Meanwhile, in Mykolaiv, they were queuing for water after the city's power stations were struck. Ukraine said Russia used 91 missiles and 97 drones in the early hours of this morning, 12 of which hit their targets, mostly energy and fuel facilities.
There's no power.
Yep. Collective punishment is what this is.
Public water stations aren't working. I checked 5, and only this one here is working. One was attached to a power generator, but it didn't work anyway.
Generators hummed in Lviv, where 500,000 people are without power. And in Kyiv, families clustered in the underground, just as they did in the early days of the war.
Yeesh. Okay. One more. Actually, wait. Was there something else I wanted? Actually, yeah, I'm going to skip ahead. Actually, watch a little bit more of this.
Near Odessa are certainly feeling what war is. They took a direct hit today. Ukraine needs better air defenses, more soldiers and Western weaponry. Russia has more men, more artillery, more missiles. And President Putin believes that he has both time and momentum on his side.
Lindsay Hilson reporting. Well, earlier I spoke to Maria Metsentseva, who's a Ukrainian politician from President Zelensky's Servant to the People party. I began by asking her if Russia's attacks and Vladimir Putin's threats herald a very difficult winter ahead.
Today we have witnessed yet another genocidal war crimes. We can't identify it in any other way, because all the claims that are conducted by President Putin or whoever from the top political and military leadership are saying what they're doing. So they're targeting civilian and critical infrastructure. They're targeting civilians. Today, the government and local administrations managed to get back electricity in many towns and regions across Ukraine. So it proves our efficiency. But this is not the most pleasant thing to witness, I must say.
Is the danger...
Okay. Now, let's go to this CBS Evening News report from a few hours ago to wrap up our Russia-Ukraine coverage.
Turning now to the war in Ukraine, a massive drone attack by Russia overnight targeting Ukraine's energy infrastructure has left more than 1 million homes and businesses without power. We get details now from CBS's Ramy Inocencio.
For the second time in 2 weeks, Russia launched a nationwide strike against Ukraine's energy grid. Seen here and confirmed by CBS News, a Russian missile exploding over Rivne in the country's west. President Volodymyr Zelensky said Russia launched almost 200 missiles and drones aimed at forcing the United States to accept Russia's terms to ending the war. Russian President Vladimir Putin said nearly 20 targets, including military and defense sites, were hit. And at a security summit in neighboring Kazakhstan, he warned Kyiv's decision-making centers could be next, targeted by Russia's new Oreshnik ballistic missiles carrying multiple warheads and which Moscow unleashed last week, hitting Ukraine's eastern city of Dnipro. After today's newest bombardments, more than 1 million people across Ukraine lost power as the first snow fell on the eastern front lines. There is
World is going to hell in a handbasket, people. And I just don't see how Donald Trump being in office is going to help any of this right now.
no electricity, said this man in Pokrovsk. We have coal and firewood. In Mykolaiv in the south, people lined up for water. I checked 5 public water stations, said this man, and only this one is working. While in
doing haircuts by headlamp. Yeesh. Okay, well, keep this going. But on to another topic. That being the Middle East. That's right, we're gonna go straight to the Middle East. Tried to keep this stream sort of streamlined as much as possible. Just for my own sanity, since I'm doing 2 streams in one day. Alright. If you haven't heard, Israel and Hezbollah have supposedly reached a ceasefire deal. We talked about it earlier on this stream, I think a couple of days ago. Now let's go here, talk about it just a little bit more.
Israel and Hezbollah have agreed to a ceasefire, the terms of which are, you know, we'll see. I don't know how long this is going to last.
It's supposedly a 60-day truce.
Yep. I mean, I don't know how long within that 60 days it's going to last. Yeah. This is, I don't know if this is a gift to Joe Biden or a gift to Donald Trump or just simply a way of Israel not having to confront maybe the issues they're having in fighting Hezbollah. But here is Joe Biden announcing that ceasefire.
Lasting security for the people of Israel and Lebanon cannot be achieved only on the battlefield. And that's why I directed my team to work with the governments of Israel and Lebanon to forge a ceasefire, to bring the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah to a close. Under the deal reached today, effective at 4 a.m. tomorrow local time, the fighting across the Lebanese-Israeli border will end. Will end. This is designed to be a permanent cessation of hostilities. What is left of Hezbollah and other terrorist organizations will not be allowed, well, I emphasize, will not be allowed to threaten the security of Israel again. Over the next 60 days, the Lebanese army and state security forces will deploy and take control of their own territory once again. Hezbollah terrorist infrastructure in southern Lebanon will not be allowed to be rebuilt. And over the next 60 days, Israel will gradually withdraw its remaining forces. And civilians on both sides will soon be able to safely return to their communities and begin to rebuild their homes, their schools, their farms, their businesses, and their very lives.
All right, we should be clear. You're talking about over 1 million Lebanese returning to their homes and 50,000 Israelis. Israel looked like they were carpet bombing Beirut in the hours leading up to that 4 a.m. ceasefire.
Seriously.
They killed at least 3,800 people in Lebanon.
And we were watching, we looked at some of the footage of, like, from the last 5 days, 7 days. The amount of bombing that Israel has been doing is just insane. Some of the pictures that we've seen were wild. I likened one of the recent attacks that we saw on the city of Beirut as like looking like ground fucking zero. The crater in the ground that was left where, you know, an apartment building once existed was so deep. I mean, it just what? Good God!
Well, the whole residential apartment building as well.
And, the idea that this is, forged by Biden's team is obviously a joke. They were trying to forge some type of ceasefire, supposedly.
If anything, that press briefing was basically him just reading off Israeli statement. It was the Biden team had negative impact on all of this, if anything, at this point. They've been doing, so little in the way of pressuring Israel to get any of this stuff done. Israel just decided that it was becoming somewhat of a problem for them. I think to some degree, the fact that they're having to they're waging multiple fronts in this campaign. That Hezbollah happened to be much, more equipped to respond than anybody else that they've been really focusing on up till this point. And after invading, Hezbollah turned up the heat, as we've seen. The strikes on Israel proper were increased after Israel invaded, and we saw actual casualties in Israel that we hadn't seen for basically an entire year since October 7th. And I think that's part of what we're looking at. It's obviously it's a sort of a web of reasons.
Working 24 hours a day, incidentally, for over a year, and couldn't forge that one. So it's probably more of an indication of Israel's lack of success and, frankly, having stretched themselves thin at this point.
It's unfortunately, I think, a win for Israel, at least in the short term, just because Hezbollah is the most capable fighting force that can confront them, short of obviously Iran, which would be insanely a horrible regional escalation. But it's been, 14 months with Hezbollah basically launching rockets since October 7th, trying to support the people in Gaza. And basically now, with this 60-day truce, the Hezbollah's attacks basically get to stop without them having to deal with the Gaza question, which was really the reason that Hezbollah had been launching those attacks as an act of resistance. And so that means that the Hezbollah attacks stopped for a period without ending the Gaza genocide. And then the other part is that apparently Biden leaned on Emmanuel Macron to reverse publicly his proclamation that they would enforce in France the ICC arrest warrant for Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant.
What happened to the old rules-based world order, all that stuff?
Because Israel was demanding French involvement in the ceasefire deal. So they said, well, we can't be partners with somebody that would enforce the ICC arrest warrant, and so we won't agree to a Lebanon ceasefire unless they backtrack on that. And of course, Lebanon formerly controlled by France. And so Macron did it. And this sets a horrible precedent for even things, Putin's arrest warrant, right? Well, that's what Biden's essentially saying.
I want to play that clip, but I mean, let's be clear. Biden, in leaning on France too, and this was reported last week that Biden was upset with Macron, who was essentially doing what Tony Blinken said should be done a year ago in regards to Putin, which is if you're a party to the ICC, you need to uphold the ICC's warrants.
Illegal.
And Biden, in leaning on Macron not to do this, not to uphold that warrant, to provide some type of special waiver or whatever it is, completely, I mean, I think to a large extent, obviously, or maybe totally, Biden's proclaimed return to international rules-based order was a joke. But to undermine the ICC, it's one thing to not be a party, but to actively work against its functioning.
Yeah, I mean, that is, this is one of those actions that flies directly in the face of current U.S. policy and what you would assume is going to be future U.S. policy. You know, we're not going to give up on talking about international rules-based order stuff anytime soon, in my estimation. But this is the sort of stuff that really lays bare the hypocrisy of it all, and sort of undermines any of the goals there.
In our world is going to resonate, I think, for decades. Here is Reuters reporter Simon Lewis asking spokesperson Matthew Miller why ICC rulings should be enforced against Russia and not Israel.
The secretary was, I think last year it was, where he was talking about the warrant for Vladimir Putin said, this was in Senate, said any country that's party to the court has obligations and should fulfill those obligations. So should countries' obligations to international treaties be sort of selective in this way?
No, every country has to make their decision. Every country has to make that decision for themselves. But I don't think there is any equivalence between the case that the ICC has brought against Russia and the case that it has brought against Israel. When you look at the difference between the
So ridiculous. Sorry, everybody. We should stop believing our lying eyes.
I don't think there is any equivalence between the case that the ICC has brought against Russia and the case that it has brought against Israel. When you look at the difference between the two countries, Russia is not a democracy.
Pause it for 1 second. I just want you to just sit and go back a little bit. But just sit with the idea that there's no equivalency in these two cases. I'll tell you what the equivalency is that the ICC has gone through its very formal process in which it's assessed whether arrest warrants will be issued. The prosecutor pitches it essentially to the court. The court then makes a determination. And in fact, I think it was Britain that slowed the process down. It would have been a process that would have been resolved, I think, 6 months ago. But there is exactly an equivalency. And on one hand, the ICC is bringing charges against a leader for crimes against humanity. On the other hand, the ICC is bringing charges against a leader of a country who has committed crimes against humanity. That's what the equivalency is. Go ahead.
The case that the ICC has brought against Russia and the case that it has brought against Israel. When you look at the difference between the two countries, Russia is not a democracy, does not have a functioning independent legal system, is not investigating violations of international humanitarian law by its soldiers. Israel is the opposite in all of those cases.
Really, do we even have to? But you remember back, I don't know, 4 months ago when Israeli citizens were literally taking soldiers out of jails so that they wouldn't be prosecuted? Anybody remember that? Or, I don't know, I mean, it's just, this is insane, right? I mean, the fact is the IDF is actively aiding settlers in their illegal colonies. We were talking about colonialism earlier as it related to the Indians. Well, you know, Israel's doing some pretty similar stuff in the West Bank, and the IDF is actively protecting illegal settlers. That seems like something they seem to be forgetting to investigate very often.
Democracy with an independent court system that has hundreds of open cases into allegations against its soldiers. It is important that those processes be allowed to proceed. That is the principle of complementarity under which the ICC was founded.
Look, they can't stop doing what they're doing while they're in the middle of an investigation, okay? That would be unfair.
That's too much, man!
Now, when it comes to countries making a decision, they all have to make their own decisions in the same way that the United States has.
So one huge similarity between both Israel and Russia is that neither are members of the ICC, just like you.
Yeah, also correct. Also correct.
Okay, well, if they don't have jurisdiction over Israel, Why should they have jurisdiction over
Ukraine is also not.
So Ukraine is not a member.
reality.
Ukraine is a sovereign state, however, that has granted its jurisdiction to another country. I think it might have been Poland, another country, and allowed that country to intervene
Doesn't even know which
for
state.
them, which is something that sovereign states can do. There is no sovereign state of Palestine. We want to establish a Palestinian state,
You
but that
piece
is,
of
that is the
garbage.
fundamental nature of our jurisdictional disagreement with the court.
What a Palestine is an ICC party. So it's actually more valid than the arrest. I mean, let alone just the death count should tell you what's like how clear and obvious this arrest warrant is. But it's more valid because of Ukraine's Palestine's
as to who the victims.
Yes.
As whether in a crime against humanity, what difference does it make whether these individual? I mean.
But even on the
you can have crimes against humanity brought against your own. The ICC can have charges against you for doing things to the people of your own country. It doesn't matter whether it's.
I mean, it's all
sovereign or
fake,
not.
right? The phrase.
Seriously, Matt. Seriously, Matt. There's no way that Matt Miller doesn't know that what he's saying is complete garbage. Complete garbage. Guy used to work at the DOJ. Okay, he's smart enough to know that what he's saying is complete bullshit, has no foundation in reality.
I don't want reality.
No, good point. All right. Now, let's go here. This is from a day ago, showing Lebanese army troops heading towards the Israeli-Lebanese border as part of the sort of execution of this apparent ceasefire deal, which once again only lasts 2 months. And I don't see what's going to stop Israel from, what, 2 months from now? I mean, in 2 months from now, Joe Biden will be gone. Hezbollah. Donald Trump will be in office at that point. They'll basically have the green light to do whatever the hell they want in the Middle East. If they didn't already, they certainly will by then. And it's funny to even consider a world in which they didn't already. But, I mean, I don't know what's going to stop them from going right back into Lebanon. With the existence of Lebanese forces and UN peacekeepers down there, they already have killed multiple of both. All of this war accelerates climate change. Yeah, we talked about that. At this point, I just stopped bringing it up. You know, if I feel like a broken record on so many things, it's one of the things I've just given up on reminding people of. Thanks for bringing it up, though. It is an important point. So this is apparently of UN peacekeeping troops, as well at the Israeli-Lebanese border, which appears to just be rubble. Is Nightbot on strike? I don't know. I can't tell you why Nightbot's not helping. So yeah, I mean, like I said before, you know, Israel has attacked UN peacekeeping troops in Lebanon already this year. So, I mean, they are there. I don't know if they are an actual deterrent to Israel coming right back after the 60-day ceasefire comes to an end. I would like to be optimistic, but every time I've done that in relation to this whole situation, I have been burned. Now let's go and look at some of the footage of people returning to the, the rubble of the,
now to the
much
Middle
of the
East, where
south
it is the
in
second full
Lebanon.
day of the truce between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon. Thousands of people who fled southern Lebanon to escape the fighting are now returning home. Deborah Patta is monitoring the ceasefire and what it could mean for the fighting in Gaza.
The ceasefire appears to be holding, at least for now. Lebanese troops have begun deploying down south to secure the border with Israel, where they were met with a jubilant welcome. But for civilians who fled the war and are now returning home, there isn't much to celebrate. Peace has been built on the rubble of cities in ruin. We never expected this, said Malak Khalate. So many of us no longer have homes, and we've lost so many people we love. In Israel, for many, the focus has returned to the hostages still being held in Gaza.
Yeah, what's going to happen with all that exactly? Well, we're going to get to it, don't you worry. But we're not done talking about this. Let's go here to Baalbek Temple, a UNESCO heritage site, which was bombed recently by Israel. Well, everyone's not okay. Specifically, the thousands of people who died in this part of the conflict. But I too hope that the people who are alive are okay. Oh, one more here. This is showing a line of cars returning from Syria. There's a great number of people left, went to Syria, and as you can see, I mean, that line is freaking huge. I was displaced Syria from 23rd of September. We got to Syria and spent 63 or 64 days. Left our work, our homes because of the war and the tyrant Israeli enemy. We used to work in dairy and trade, but our work has stopped for the last couple of months. I'm coming back with my wife and children. The feeling is that I am happy that there is a ceasefire, and there is no more war. You are not afraid anymore of the airstrikes to hit. Yeah, very optimistic here. Hopefully he can maintain that optimism through this ceasefire period. I'm personally remaining skeptical, considering everything I've seen in the last 14 months. Now, let's not forget, while there is now temporary peace in Lebanon, Gaza is still under occupation, under siege, under blockade, just under constant fear, and are also under threat of winter, which is coming in very quickly. And they're all still living in tents. We're affected by the rain, and our children were covered by the rain tonight. And our clothes got wet. We had nothing to protect ourselves from the rain. There's nothing. Only this tent, and I, my children. 11 people sleep on 2 mattresses. 2 fucking mattresses. Whole family. Somehow this next story is more disturbing.
So this is Khan Yunis, central Gaza. As you can see, the destruction here is basically complete. There's almost nothing left. This strike, or batch of strikes, killed at least 6 people. Just horrifying. When will this end? Anybody got a timeline on that for me? I'm being sarcastic, but I keep thinking it'll be any time now. I continue to just get more and more pessimistic about it all. Okay. Now let's go here. This was from just yesterday. This is TRT World discussing Palestinians' hope for potential truce after the recent deal between Lebanon and Israel. Boy.
Peace in Lebanon is bittersweet in Gaza. While some Gazans are hopeful that the Lebanon ceasefire will lead to a ceasefire for them, others feel afraid and abandoned.
They agree to a ceasefire in one place and not the other. Have mercy on the children, the elderly, and the women. We are sitting in tents, and now it's winter.
Regarding Gaza, the situation will be worse because the pressure will be more on Gaza, and Netanyahu will deal with the fact that Gaza has become alone and far from all the arenas that we're supporting, especially the Lebanon front.
As jubilant Lebanese were on the move back into their hometowns, Gazans were once again on the move too, but only to flee the fighting in northern Gaza. The Israeli military has been pounding this area for weeks, and it has called for a wholesale...
You know, it's like all the vehicles seem to just be cobbled together parts. You know, I think it's mostly due to the fact that people in Palestine and Gaza have had to literally do just that. And, you know, take rubble, destroyed cars, whatever else they can find, and turn it into vehicles to get themselves places. There were cars in Gaza before all this happened. Everybody wasn't traveling by cart.
Evacuation. The Biden administration is now promising to set its sights on a Gaza ceasefire with more zeal than ever, with just under 2 months left in office. Hamas is reportedly open to reaching out to Turkey, Egypt, and Qatar to find a deal, but there's a question of who in Hamas would lead those negotiations.
Are you optimistic to end this war?
As for the ceasefire in Lebanon, America's top Mideast negotiator, Amos Hochstein, says his team had to overcome demands by Hezbollah and Iran, and even by some families of Israeli hostages held in Gaza.
Yeesh. I gotta say, I'm not super optimistic about what the Lebanese ceasefire means for Gaza. In fact, I think, in my estimation, it just gives Israel less to focus on, you know? So I think they're just gonna, well, you know, sort of complete what they've been doing there. And might be think I'm being a little pessimistic. Well, how about we look at this BBC story from 10 hours ago?
Well, in Gaza, satellite images studied by BBC Verify appear to show that Israel is creating a new military dividing line separating off the far north of the Strip. It's a move that some experts say could be intended to stop Palestinians returning there in the future. Here's Nick Hurd.
Wow.
The Israeli military has been carrying out operations in Gaza for well over a year now in response to the 7th of October attacks by Hamas. And as part of that, the IDF has been setting up military corridors where the Israeli military has control of movement. We've covered these before. There's this one down here, the Philadelphia corridor on the border with Egypt. There's another one up here in the middle of the Strip, the Netzarim corridor. But now there's evidence of a third, which could have important implications for the future of the Gaza Strip. Have a look up here. This is it. It runs in the north of Gaza from the border with Israel all the way along to the Mediterranean Sea. And it matters because experts we've spoken to, some of them think this could be a precursor to the Israeli military cutting North Gaza off completely, stopping people returning, possibly illegal, permanently. Let me show you first of all what we've found. This is satellite imagery from last year showing, if you look in the circle there, a large group of buildings around this area here on either side of a big road. But if we slide this along, keep an eye on the area in the circle, you can see hundreds of buildings are gone.
Christ.
They've been destroyed by the IDF, and there's a whole new section here that's been cleared. There's evidence of Israeli troops being stationed right along this new corridor. They appear to be in control.
Look at this. This is insane. Look at this. This is the before and after. That is insane. Fuck the road. Look at this. Complete destruction. Complete and utter destruction. This isn't a genocide? Wake the fuck up, people. Get the fuck out. I don't want to hear anybody ever say that again.
You can see hundreds of buildings are gone. They've been destroyed by the IDF, and there's a whole new section here.
Like, this shit is biblical level genocide. Come on. Are you kidding me? Like, this is pissing me off so much. How can anybody be defending this anymore as not a genocide?
That's been cleared. There's evidence of Israeli troops being stationed right along this new corridor. They appear to be in control of the area from the border to the Mediterranean coast. We've looked at a lot of footage of destruction in this area and geolocated these 6 examples where buildings have been brought down by controlled explosions. And if you look just in the background there at the map, they're all very close to this new dividing line. Significant infrastructure being destroyed. Now, the reason all of this matters is there have been suggestions that Israel could cut the north off from the rest of Gaza, stopping residents from returning, creating a military-controlled buffer zone. We put all of these findings to a number of experts, and I just want to show you a selection of their responses. Have a look here. Dr. Hellier from RUSI, the prominent security think tank, said the images suggested Israel was preparing to block residents returning to North Gaza. He argued this evidence that we presented shows Israel digging in for the long term. Dr. Edo Hesht, you can see down here, is from a think tank based in Israel, the Begin Sadat Center for Strategic Studies. He said this is evidence of a new partition corridor, although he questioned whether it was designed to be permanent. Now, we've put all of this to the IDF, and they told
whether it was designed to be permanent? My God. What just what kind of ridiculous thinking is that exactly? Of course it's permanent. That's the plan. I mean, one thing I would note about all this, go way back to this line. Where are they showing this stupid line here? Where is it? This. Where is it? God damn it. Oh my God. Stop that. Oh, I hate this. This. Like, this right here is what I see is this is not just a buffer zone like people are saying. That's stupid. This is clearly the establishment of a buffer zone for a settlement. Because what the fuck is this? What is this chunk? This is them literally taking a third of Gaza for new settlements. And I mean, probably it's just really just the precedent to continue all of that. I mean, I don't genuinely think they're planning to let any Palestinians come back. at any time. Now, maybe I'm being too pessimistic, but it doesn't really, you know, considering what we've seen, does it feel any far, like at all far off from where we're at? All right, let's oh my god, we are at the end of our list. 2 videos left. We're going to dig into one thing, and then I actually have a fun video at the end. My god. Fun? It is fun. Alright, now we watched this part of this video earlier, but I want to get back into this. This is Hassan. And the discussion around the competition for Anti-Semite of the Year.
Oh, speaking of which, by the way, congratulations to everybody that is cool, that is involved on this list. Okay, stopping.
Okay, hold on. We were already watching this part. Let's go ahead. I think we were like here.
You know, silence critics of Israel, and it's not working because everyone can see what the is going on. You know what I mean? Every single time people just tie any sort of criticism of Israel to Judaism and then say, oh, you're criticizing Israel because you're anti-Semitic, and then try to package that by looking at actually anti-Semitic people who are also critical of Israel because they're anti-Semitic. Most people are not going to look at that and say, especially right-wingers and stuff, or apolitical people are not going to look at that and say, like, I really misunderstood this. I really now think Hassan is an anti-Semite. No, they're going to look at that and be like, Hassan is based just like Dan Bilzerian. Okay? That's what's frustrating about this process. I feel like I'm getting eaten alive by both ends in this situation. Because, like, I am someone who obviously is a fighter against anti-Semitism and always have been and always will be. It's a unacceptable bigotry. For that reason, I despise these. One, because they're so pro-Israel, and 2, because in the process of trying to defend Israel, they end up overextending and, you know, making people feel like anti-Semitism is not a serious problem at all. Hassan is just Candace Owens. Yeah, totally. Like, I can't think of another person that is so diametrically opposite to me as, like, Candace Owens. You know what I mean? Yeah, it is a whole website run by some schizophrenic lady in Long Island. Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, that's the point. Looks fine.
Jess Natalie is
that this is meant to obfuscate. This is not meant to represent reality. Some of these people here are, and some of these people aren't, and that's the point of it, right? Is to make it seem like people like Candace Owens or Dan Bilzerian are the same as Hassan Piker and Cory Bush and Greta Thunberg.
I know who is not anti-Semitic on this list, and I know who is anti-Semitic on this list. Jake Shields is an anti-Semite. He said a bunch of, you know, Jews control the media style things.
I have no
Jackson
idea
Hinkle
who
has
that
said a
guy
bunch
is.
of anti-Semitic too. Candace Owens, anti-Semitic and anti-Israel. Daily Wire famously hired her, knowing full well that she was an anti-Semite, and fired her when, you know, she wasn't just an anti-Semite, but also anti-Israel. That was a fun little process for Ben Shapiro and Jeremy Boring's operation there. Like, they hired her when she very famously said Hitler just wanted to make Germany great.
You know, he was a National Socialist, but if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine.
Like, you know she was anti-Semitic when you hired her, dog. And then they fired her claiming it was for anti-Semitism. It's like, well, you knew that already. Jess Natalie is an anti-Zionist activist. Okay, that makes sense. Yep, there it is. Okay, so yeah, I guess she was also another one of these people that was lumped into this category for the crime of, you know, being upset at a fascist country. Dan Bilzerian, very famously, if you look at like 30-second clips, you might come across Dan Bilzerian's commentary on Israel-Palestine and think, damn, this guy has some good ideas. But if you watch the clip thoroughly, okay, if you watch like the next 30 seconds, you're like, oh my God, he is an insane anti-Semite. It's a gross situation, but yes, he is yet another person that like very clearly has a lot of anti-Semitic opinions. And then Bassem Youssef is not an anti-Semite either. Yeah. You can tell, but not everyone will care to make that distinction, unfortunately. I know, yeah, but the reality of the matter is most people don't give a shit, okay? Most people hate this cancel culture. Everybody hates it. Everybody knows exactly what it is. So when you're constantly playing the role of a hall monitor going me, and crying about it, most people just go, yeah, I don't really give a shit. Okay, they're anti-Semitic. Who gives a? Oh yeah, let's start with the stop anti-Semitism.
And it only sort of suits one purpose, unfortunately, which is to actually embolden actual anti-Semites. Sadly, but surely. Okay, that's enough, Hassan. I'm sorry. We're not going to go too deep in on this. Because it's pointless. It's such a stupid... It's so stupid. I honestly hope Hassan wins. Just... you know what I mean? Like... just because of how stupid it is. Just as like a... sort of... like... what do you call it? It's like life imitating art. You know? It's like a satire wrapped in a joke. All right, let's go on to this. Speaking of jokes, this guy's got jokes, and we've gone to him for some of those jokes in the past. On a number of occasions, actually. That guy being Sammy Obeid. Here is a clip of him in Amsterdam. My God, he is flying all over the world. Go web go. Go web go. There we go.
Two Zionists go walk into a dentist's office. Oh, who's Dutch Trump about? Do you believe in him? Why is half the room saying no and half the room saying yes? Are you trying to get less tourism to Amsterdam? You don't do this to visitors. All right, now, those were my topics. Those were the ones I chose. But I sense this crowd has a lot of opinions. During my show, I always ask at some point, is there anything I didn't talk about tonight? Y'all would love for me to talk about anything. Weed in Amsterdam. Weed in Amsterdam. Why did you get so annoyed at that? You're like, oh, why? Haven't tried it. Is it good? It's not. It's bad. So, sounds like most of you either don't know or don't want to admit it in front of your families. But it sounds like it's not great. Listen, if it was good, you would know it was good, okay? So it's not good. It is great. It's not good, it's great. What the is wrong with you guys? Are you guys all on it right now? Is that the problem that I'm having? Did you guys all collectively take one edible before you all just took like 3 edibles and you're like, let's see what happens. Let's see if the comedian makes sense. Asking you questions like, is it good? What's that? You just eat it? Is that what he said?
It's true. It's true. That is true.
Truffles.
Truffles.
Truffles as in
like a chocolate
mushrooms. Okay. Those are good. Do you guys have truffles buried underground here? Where are they? Are they nearby? You can buy truffles in the store. Is it because they're locally harvested? Where do they come from? They're illegal. They're smuggled.
Illegal truffles.
It's legal. But where do they grow?
Legally smuggled truffles.
You don't know. So you just imported a bunch of truffles. And by truffles, you mean magic mushrooms? Okay. Are they even called truffles? Or are you with me? Okay. Are they called truffles? Why is half the room saying no and half the room saying yes?
Seems like Amsterdam is just here to fuck with Sam.
You don't do this to visitors. Are you trying to get less tourism to Amsterdam? Is that what you're trying to do? Magic mushroom is illegal. I see. Is it like the stem? Is that what it is? Okay. See, finally you're telling the truth, or as Gen Z would say, no cap, right? So
Boom.
That's like the most genius thing I've done all tour. And so basically, so yes, because I guess the more potent part of the mushroom that's illegal, but it's the same from the same exact mushroom. People are able to take the truffles, and I'm assuming it's like milder effects. Okay, so they just basically want you getting high, but not that high. But what happens if you take a ton of truffles? You're on your own. Who writes your laws? Who writes the laws here in Amsterdam? So your weed may or may not be good, and you have truffles, and you say those are good. The truffles are good, but the magic mushrooms, illegal. Don't talk about them.
Illegal.
You can grow them yourself. Oh,
wait.
Well, I mean,
these laws
I'm
are
capable
starting
of
to
growing
really
mushrooms,
confuse my brain.
But you're saying that legally you can grow mushrooms yourself, so you can get spores, and then you can just go grow at home. But you can't do them. You can do them. You just can't buy them, and you can't sell them. So you can just basically, yeah.
So you just have to be a horticulturalist to do
So
drugs.
basically, I see. So they're like, prove you're a farmer, you know? Like,
exactly.
Prove you put the time in to get high.
How bad do you want to get high right now?
So you don't want tourists taking mushrooms here. Is basically what happens, because then your economy would be booming. Because they end up in the canals. Wouldn't that solve the tourism problem? They take their money and then their bodies wither. You know what I mean? Like, God, who's in charge of your laws here? They jump out of windows. Tourists jump out of windows because they get high and they can't hang, as they say. They can't hang. They can't hang. Okay. Well, yeah. But the locals for some reason have it together. They don't jump out of it. It's just the tourists. You go to other countries to do that. Weird. Okay. Well, I'm learning. What else? What else do you want me to talk about? Aliens. Let's do it. What's that? Pi, like the number? Cool. Aliens. Aliens pi at 9/11. Listen.
That's an easy ask.
Listen.
You got this.
Do you have something too?
Those clearly link up.
A Zionist at a dentist office? Sounds like the beginning of a real bad joke. Two Zionists go walk into a dentist office. I don't understand. What is it? What is that? Is that just a very specific setup you want? Oh, you're a dentist and you work with Zionists.
Okay. Now it's checking out.
A hypothetical way. I don't understand, because you're like, maybe you can make a joke about a hypothetical Zionist at my office. Are you sure you don't know someone who you disagree with politically? Okay. It's a hard one. It's a hard one. Let's go back to the aliens. Let me at least try. Let me at least try to chew on it a little bit. Take a bite, you know. Huh? What was that? In Los Angeles? Are you from LA? Very suspicious that you would bring that up. Don't jump out the window tonight. The political climate in Los Angeles, I mean, I'm not living in LA anymore, so I don't really know like what specifically is what specifically are you referring to? The homeless population. That's everywhere in America. I don't know if you know, that's literally in every city in the United States. It's not just LA. We have a very big homeless problem, which you guys don't seem to have as much of that here in Europe. What? Why is that? You say? Because of communism?
Because of communism. We did it. We did it, everybody. All of Europe has communism now.
You guys for sure have done a lot of truffles in your life. I am now...
That much is becoming very apparent.
I've never felt like I've walked into a riddle. I'm still trying to think of a Zionist at a dentist office joke, and you guys...
We are waiting for that joke, by the way.
Talk about American taxes? And what? And what? Dutch
Trump.
Oh, who's Dutch Trump? Gilder? Wilders.
Wilders.
What's the first name? Geert.
Wilders.
Wilders. What, did I say it right?
Hey, that was pretty good.
Wow, you're giving me credit for correct pronunciation. So you have a Dutch version of Trump. He recently won the elections. Did anybody try to shoot? You don't have guns. What's his main platform? He hates Muslims. He hates Islam. And then what's the percentage of Muslim population in the Netherlands? Percentage-wise, was that 5%? So he hates 5% of his constituents? He thinks they're the root of every single problem in the country.
That's
just after talking to you guys for 20 minutes,
I
I can conclude you have a lot of other f***ing problems that have nothing to do with Islam. And I'm not religious, I assure you. I'm not even religious, but I think all the things we talked about so far could be solved by Islam, to be honest. Don't take the magic mushrooms and jump out of windows.
Wow.
Okay, so you got a Dutch Trump, and they won recently? How long are the terms here? They coalesced the government. Oh, see, right? About a month ago, and now they're in full force. And what's their next move? What are they trying to do? They're trying to kick you guys out? Oh, okay. Oh, so it's Muslims' fault that you have homeless people? A housing problem. Well, a housing problem would result in homelessness, right? Are any of the homeless people Muslim? Are they? Is it proportional? Is it 5% of all the homeless Muslim? I don't think until we actually prove the demographics, I don't think
we
we
need to do a study, people.
But interesting. So Muslims are tearing down people's houses.
Illegal.
Yeah. Oh, refugees. So there's more refugees coming in, and there's not enough wood to build new homes. So naturally, the Muslims are causing the homeless problem.
That makes sense.
Or it could be because you've made shrooms technically legal.
It could also be because there's not a ton of land available. Could be part of the problem here.
Theories. But okay, I get it. So 4 years, you have this Dutch Trump. They have a very, I guess, would you say conservative, reactionary, far right? Is it a far right government? Very far right government. Oh, his vice person? Is that the technical position?
Vice person.
Hello, I am the president, and here's my vice person.
I am the vice person.
Seems like you know as much about Dutch politics as I do. So if I can see, the vice guy. The vice guy. Okay. Interesting. So the vice person, well, you said is former Mossad? He was denied being a vice person because he has of his background in Mossad. Okay. I would say that's probably a good thing. So you guys are going through that. That's fun. Obviously, Amsterdam seems pretty diverse and somewhat open-minded. I'm assuming as you leave the city, as you go off into the Netherlands, you have more far-right supporters, right? Is that what it is? You said no? You have a lot of left cities? So then where are all these people who support your... It's the villages. So sorry, let me clarify. After you leave this city, you go into the smaller cities, and then you go further to the villages. And then in the villages is where you find the far-right supporters. Yeah, not every country, but I've noticed in Europe especially, because I was in Stockholm the other day, and I was like, well, I feel like I get a lot of love here in Sweden. And they're like, it's just here in Stockholm. And I was like, what? And they're like, we're not very proud of being Swedish. I'm like, what? Come on, you gotta be proud of where you're from. And then they're like, no, if the people who are proud of being Swedish were here, they wouldn't be here to see you. So I'm going to the villages next time. Going to the villages. Yeah, let's see what happens. What are they gonna do? Are there hate crimes here? You guys don't, see, none of you guys know None of you guys agree on anything. Actually, what's that? Really? So there are hate crimes here. 2 weeks ago. Wow, that's crazy. But you guys don't have guns. Hunters, illegal. It's illegal. You have illegal guns and no legal guns. And you have legal and illegal knives. Okay? But legal fists. A lot of legal fists. Okay, interesting. So let's talk about aliens. I'm just kidding. We already were. That would have killed in the villages. I'm working on my next tour. Can't just perform in the cities for the rest of my life.
Jesus Christ.
I gotta see where these far-right Dutches are at.
Oh,
These
God.
far-right Dutches. Aliens, person, do you believe in them?
That one guy, resolute.
Do you have any, you ever seen one? Have there been any alien sightings here in the Netherlands? Wow, that sucks. The aliens are out there, but they haven't wanted to come here. Because they f***ing love my country. They love trailer parks. They love the state of New Mexico for some reason. They love people who are stoned out of their minds. So you would think, with all the marijuana and drugs here, you would see a lot of aliens, but you don't. I agree. I think they're real because, probabilistically, like, it's a big universe, so why wouldn't there be, right? Why wouldn't there be some other life form out there? I think the problem is, though, we always assume that aliens are going to look something like us, or that they're going to, whenever they like draw that stereotypical alien, it's always like he's green, tall, like bug-eyed, and like super skinny, which is like super disrespectful. Like, what if they're like jacked? Like these aliens are jacked. They come down here, it's like, bro, I hit the gym. What are you doing? I believe there's aliens. I'm just waiting for them to finish laughing. It's the first time I heard laughter all night. I'm trying to enjoy it. Get it where you can. Get it where you can. Okay, give me one more topic. Boy, okay, slow down. Nobody say anything new. What was yours? There was one over here. Snoop Dogg at the Olympics? He went? Why?
How did he miss that? It's huge news.
Well, he just showed up and he's like, was he like rapping or was he? He's fishing? Wait, what? He's just supporting. He's getting paid. Oh, he lit the torch? What a world we live in now, where like when I was a kid, like Snoop Dogg lighting a joint was like taboo, and now they hire him to like light the most noteworthy, flammable thing.
It's full circle,
in
baby.
our world right now. And we're like, yeah. And then, okay, what'd you say over here? Oh, are bicycles eventually going to go faster than cars? They already are? Or you mean they do in Amsterdam because your traffic sucks? Ha ha ha. You reeled me in, guys. You reeled me in. Yes, you're absolutely right. When I was mapping how long it was going to take for me to get to the venue tonight, it said 18 minutes by car, 15 minutes by bike. I was like, something wrong there. And you have really good bike paths. You're very bike friendly. What? Not you, them? I wasn't talking to you specifically.
What does that even mean?
I wasn't saying you are very bike friendly. Good job. I was talking about this.
I feel like she doesn't understand how comedy shows work. She's like genuinely trying to have a conversation with him right now.
Oh, yeah, because I know Amsterdam, like, you love bicycles, and there's also a lot of like sexual fluidity here. So I say you're bike curious. It's what I do, guys. It's what I do. Well, this set has been you guys have been great. It's been, for me, it's been like pulling teeth, like a Zionist at a dentist's office. And It really makes me miss the politics of Los Angeles, to be honest. Thank you so much.
I was hoping for a better finish on that Zionist dentist office. There was a lot of expectations on that joke. All right. Well, I guess that's it.
Well, looks like that is all for tonight. Got through another stream, chat. Thankfully, we had each other. Till next time, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Buck, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Cali Braiding, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchfork Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. And for a very short time only, get that for half off in our Galactic Black Friday deal. Thanks for the super chat, Daredevil.
Brasil.